Good morning, everybody. How are we doing today? How are we? Hey, Ash, how are you doing? Hello, Frosty. How are you? I hope you guys are doing absolutely amazing. I hope you guys are doing well. First things first, I hope you're doing great. It's the afternoon. It's almost afternoon. It is afternoon for us. There are other people's here. Just saying. For whom it is not afternoon. I'm inclusive. It's okay. In the meantime, I'm trying to figure something out here. Because I used to be able to see where your chats came from. And for some reason, Caster Labs doesn't want to show me that anymore, so that's okay. Hello. Crow, how are you doing? Hope you're doing well as well. You're out for coffee and waiting for a Magic the Gathering pre-release event. Ooh, is that gonna be a video? Are we gonna get an Ash pre-release event video? No, of course we can't hide it from Crow. Why would we? You're full of English. No comment. So today we are going to have ourselves a wonderful time. At least I think it's going to be absolutely amazing. For some reason, again, I'm trying to have this work and it isn't. Because it's only showing YouTube in the bottom chat. It should have shown everybody. Again, I don't know why that's going on, but it is what it is. Apparently I have to choose oh, you can, okay, there we go. Now you're both there. You need to figure out the best way of turning one of these into a video. Maybe I need a Content Delta video about it. I am not an expert on IRL videos, sadly. If I was better with IRL videos and actually had done it myself a few times, I would probably have done that, given a video and just have this idea of what's going on. But at the moment, yeah, no, I don't feel like I can be the right person to give that sort of information. But that's okay. I need to do some IRL videos. Yeah, I have some planned, of course, for TwitchCon, but that is going to be a while, I fear. +1 for Mathman Vlogs. I would have no idea what to vlog about. Unless I am like on conference in Zurich later this year, or that sort of stuff, walking through the city, showing stuff off. But I don't feel like I do that justice. Like, I don't feel passionate about that. I would absolutely love to do more vlog style stuff, especially when it comes to, I'm gonna turn the music up a little bit. You guys can probably not hear that at all. There we go, that's better. I would love to do like more podcasty style, maybe TwitchCon event videos, but that too would have to have a certain meaning to me. Something that fits with what I'm interested in. Simply because else I'm just making videos. And I tried doing the vlog thing in China when I was there, Ash. I tried doing the vlog thing, and that was terrible. Not only was the quality just rubbish, I had very little to say. Afterwards, they took my camera and I had to put it through an X-ray machine, and it corrupted all the files because they would not take no for an answer when I said I do not want to put these discs, these data sticks through there. They went, no, they have to, else I wasn't allowed to fly home. So, yeah, not great. I'm gonna be honest. But that is what it is. It is what it is. What we're here going to do today, however, is going to be good fun because you guys have all seen it. You guys have all noticed. There is a certain streamer, right? We're going to say a certain streamer who has become very big over the last few months. Pirate Software. And he has a very cool TTS bot. Oh, you're heading into this blind. Wait a second. I mean, let me just see. You can see me typing on the small screen over there. Let's see if I can show you a clip. I won't show that he's live at the moment, by the way. It is a really, really cool one. Let me show you. Let me see if I can find a clip where you hear the TTS. I don't know if he has any. That's actually a good question. I don't know if he has any. Scroll. Maybe some of his older ones have the TTS questions in there. No, I don't. He used to do it where if the text was green, it was TTS. And if it was yellow, it's there's a lot. There's a lot. Let's see. This may be it. This may be a good one. It's about imposter syndrome, by the way. Let me switch over to the other side.
I don't wish to fail myself because I'm terrified of actually releasing something to the world I've worked on for over 3. Dear God, I am so terrified.
Hey Thornstar, that feeling never goes away. It never does. I am constantly afraid to release every single piece of content I ever work on this game. I am constantly afraid to get onto stream and
So, the thing is, and this is something he doesn't show in this video, he controls when... Yeah, imposter syndrome absolutely sucks. Imposter syndrome is devastating. It's why I put a tweet out on it when we got to talk about that on the stream on Wednesday. On the Mathman EU channel, not this channel. But what we do see is not only is his TTS really, really good, he keeps a queue. So he chooses when the TTS plays. He chooses when so you can give a certain amount of bits, or you can, do something and it will add a TTS to the queue. Not only does it show how many he has, how many he has played already, it shows the wait time between you redeeming and him listening. So you know when you redeem how long it's going to be until you actually get to hear the answer, which is amazing. Like, that is such a quality of life feature. And if you can't be there at that point, you know what he does? The answer, the question and the timestamp to the VOD automatically are sent to Discord. So if you can't be there at the time, it's a simple one click, you hear your own message, and then boom, there is the answer. And you can just watch it at your own pace. You have 60 days. Because that's how long Twitch partners get VODs for. Twitch affiliates and streamers, only 14 days. Unless you are Twitch Turbo or Twitch Prime, then you, I think, also get 60 days. But I'm not sure. I'm not 100% sure. So that is what we're going to be building today. That is what I want to try and make for multiple reasons. First off, I think it would be cool to have such a system in place and just have an idea of how that system works. Secondly, it's gonna make me flex my C# coding skills, which is always good for me. And thirdly, I want to understand it. I don't fully understand how it works. So the first thing we are going to do is we're going to do some setup. We're going to make sure that we have a TTS bot that works. Like, we need a TTS bot to start with, right? And then we are going to set it up with Streamer.Bot so that it alerts us, I think. And once we have the alerts, we are gonna figure out how to pause them with certain redeems and to make sure that they become a queue instead of them playing automatically when they're redeemed. And once we've done that, we need to figure out a way how to unpause said queue and pause said queue. That should all be fairly simple. Then we need to figure out how we record the exact time that they redeem it at, how we get the time that we are listening to it, and minus those with a... C# is funny in this. We'll see that, I think, later. How we can minus these two numbers to actually get a timestamp. And the last one is sending it to Discord. I think that's what we're gonna do. And if we have extra time at the end, we will find some other fun things we can do with it. So, let's kick it off. And let's start with the start. If you guys haven't checked it, make sure you have Streamer.Bot. You can check the setup in the last stream. I'm also bringing out a video about that very, very soon. But we don't need OBS for now. That's for sure. OBS, not necessary. The first thing we're going to do is grab a TTS bot. And since we are using Streamer.Bot, let's also grab Speaker.Bot. So Speaker.Bot is the TTS bot for people that use Streamer.Bot. Just download that. I'm gonna just drag that onto the desktop. Extract. I'm just gonna give this a folder because I already have 2 installs of this. One for testing, but not on stream testing. So I'm gonna call this the Speaker.Bot test rig. I'm just gonna drag all the things into there. There we go. Don't need that anymore. And I'm just gonna follow the instructions here, really, to install it. So extract, run. That seems like a good plan. Run. Okay, here is Speaker.Bot. Got that one up. And then, what's the first thing we want to do? We want to make sure that it's set up. So we're going to set up an account so we can actually get TTS. And for that, we're going to go into settings, accounts. Well, we can link our Twitch account here, so we'll do that. Just authorize that. That's fine. That means we're logged in. That means we can now get TTS commands from the Twitch channel. This does not link to YouTube just yet. I'm just giving that as a warning for the people over on that side. Speaker.Bot is not made for YouTube. Then we need to set up a speech engine. Oh, no, wait. Don't go too fast, math. Go step by step. Follow the instructions. Come on. Come on, Barry. You can do this. Streamer.Bot. So we're going to also log into the Streamer.Bot website, for which we need to use Discord. So let me just... oh, I don't have a content delta. Yeah, exactly. Read the fucking manual. Read the fucking manual. I don't actually think I have a content delta Streamer.Bot account. Or, yeah. Or Discord account. So I'm quickly gonna open that, I suppose. Should be no problem. There, and it's that. Please don't send me emails. Am I human? People tell me. People tell me I'm human, but you know, I have no idea. Yes, authorize Streamer.Bot web, please. And we are content delta 0. Perfect. Perfect. We're logged in. That's what we wanted. Okay, next, Streamlabs. I don't use Streamlabs. I'm not going to use it. Stream Elements. We are going to connect Stream Elements. Because we can also set it up to work with tips. And I want that to work with tips. So I'm just going to connect that one. Even though you should technically only need to connect that in Streamer.Bot. We'll get to that later. Right now, I just want to have it all set up. Next up, we get to set up our speech engine. Now, the standard one that people will advise is SAPI 5, which is the native Microsoft Speech API. But honestly, just to give you guys an idea,
this is a test message.
This is a test message.
It sounds
This
terrible.
is a test message.
It sounds genuinely horrific. And I would not suggest it. It just doesn't sound nice. There's no intonation, nothing. So instead, we are going for TTS Monster. And TTS Monster has a free tier and a paid tier. And I think the free tier is going to be enough for us just now. So let's go to TTS Monster. And let's log in. Get started. Let's log in with Twitch. Authorize. While in beta, TTS Monster can only be used by Twitch partners or affiliates. You're joking. Really? Well, that's something I didn't expect. 1 second. Let me just use my Twitch partner account to log in then. If they want to do it like that. I had not realized that. Okay, but it's not just Twitch partners, it's also Twitch affiliates. It's only because the Content Delta account is neither that this is a problem. The moment that you are a Twitch affiliate, you should have no problem with this. So let's make that completely clear. So, hello? TTS Monster, please open. Wonderful. Other browser. Get started. Log in with Twitch. Because we're not gonna use their system, right? We are not gonna use this whole idea. The only thing we are going to be using from TTS Monster is their API. So we're gonna go add. So we're now logged in. We're gonna add TTS Monster. Overlay URL. Well, I'm not gonna show that. We're just gonna copy that and paste that in. And click OK. There we go. Now, down here, you can actually choose the different voices you get. But the important part is the pricing. Please do have a look at this when you get the chance. Where is it? Do they not show that here? Okay, change plan. I can show you guys here. You do understand why, but I do think it sucks that so many cool things can only be used if you're a partner or affiliate. Agreed. Completely agreed. But it's... Ash, do you know why that is? Why the Twitch affiliate level was sort of brought into place? Because money laundering. Money laundering was a massive, massive problem early in Twitch's existence. So, to prevent people from dropping, like, make an account, pretend to be a streamer, get donated $100,000 in one day, then close their account, that's a great way to launder money. Not advising that you do, because you can't anymore, but back in the day, that was a problem. Anyway, The thing that's important here is that the free tier, the basic tier, has unlimited Brian TTS messages and 400 monthly AI TTS messages. So we could just use Brian. And if you have a smaller audience and you don't get 400 AI TTS messages, then you can use whatever you want. So the ones that I have active, which you guys will be able to see here, I believe I had a button. I had a button which I could zoom in on my screen. 1 second. What was my hotkey for that? Do I even have that set up? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Boink. There we go. So as you guys can see, I just have Brian. That is the standard TTS. And then Stormtrooper. Just to have an AI one to play with. I set this up beforehand. I didn't want all of the ones. TTS Monster has an incredibly large just possibility. Announcer voices: Bart Simpson, Dr. Disrespect, Eminem, HAL 9000. The red ones are all premium only, but Moxie, Matilda, Kronk, Parable.
Stanley was scared because his friend had turned himself into a text-to-speech voice.
They're not all fantastic. That one is actually pretty good. And there are a lot of these.
SpongeBob, could you please shut up? I'm trying to play the clarinet.
And you could just grab whichever ones you want. I went with these two because you are mostly going to be using Brian anyway, right? That's the idea. That's the idea. So what we'll do is in the settings, we will make sure that there's Brian and Stormtrooper. And then we're going to follow so that's the only thing we need to set up in the speech engines. Next up, we will need to create voice aliases. So let's just go to that. We will set the application. So the output device, we probably want to set that to the right. I have a lot of them. I just need to set it to 3.4 so it comes out on the right channel. Don't worry about that part. And then we're going to add Brian.
This is a test message.
And Brian is just... It sounds a lot better than the Microsoft one already. So we're going to call this one Basic Brian. Actually, I'll just call it Brian. And we'll add it. And then we'll also grab the Stormtrooper. Call it Stormtrooper. And add that one in. So now we have two voice aliases. Brian and Stormtrooper. Brilliant. That's good news. Then we go to Global Settings General. Aha, yes. Enable. So, now we have a TTS bot. That's it. We are literally done. You now have a TTS bot, which is a good start. We're not there yet. In fact, I should be able, if we have a look in, where is it? Custom commands, processing, no. Where is it? Speech options. There are TTS speaking commands. So if I go, say, Ash, Kapow, how is the magic event? Is this gonna work? No. Interesting. Okay, so the TTS speaking commands don't immediately work. Huh, that's an interesting one. I had expected that to immediately work, but apparently that is not the case. Oh, no, never mind. I know why that is. I know why it doesn't work. We're not on the... The TTS is not listening to this account, is it? The TTS is not listening to this account at this point. It's listening to my other account. It's fine. Doesn't matter. we are going to go into the WebSocket server. And then we're going to auto start and start server. We're going to need that in a little bit. It's interesting that it didn't come, yeah, because it says, oh, is that what I forgot? Read the fucking manual, math. Default voice alias, Brian. Highlight voice alias, Stormtrooper. Would be nice if I actually remember these things, wouldn't it? Let's see. Shall I say, Crow, how far did you fly this summer? See if that works.
Crow, how far did you fly this summer?
It works! It works! Okay. So we now have a TTS bot that works. We've set it up. We're done. There's chat commands and that sort of stuff. Don't really care about that. In fact, I'm going to remove the commands later on. Right now, I'll keep them there. But later on, we are going to remove them. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to go into events. And we're going to turn...
Wake up. This is just a dream.
Thank you, Ash. Thank you. This is indeed... It is a dream that I can share this Saturday afternoon with you guys. Building stuff for Twitch. It is an absolute dream. So in the events tab, I'm just gonna turn off all the event states. Because I don't want it to react to events from Speaker.Bot. Speaker.Bot is just the way that we are going to be handling our our speech messages. That's it. We're not doing anything else with it. Instead, what we're gonna do next is we are going to open up Streamer.Bot. Now, Streamer.Bot, that is where the fun is going to begin. The first thing I'm going to do is just add a TTS thing saying speak message. And the group we are setting this in is going to be TTS. It's just so that we have a group which works. We have a group. Yep, we've made an action. We have a group. That's really all we need right now for this. And now we're going to make Speaker.Bot speak a message. To do that, we do have to do something else first. And that is activate the integration. So go into integrations, find Speaker.Bot, which is nearly at the end. And auto connect, auto reconnect, and click connect. This is why we just enabled the WebSocket server on the Speaker.Bot side. Now we should be connected to Speaker.Bot. And then we're going to go into the speak message action. We'll take a sub action. Speaker.Bot. Speak. Voice alias. Stormtrooper. We do not want to pass it through the bad word filter. Or we don't want to pass through that. Not silent. Don't delay. Hello, Darth Barry, this is a test message. And it sends it in as Brian.
Hello, Darth Barry, this is a test message.
The voice alias says Stormtrooper. Hello? I wrote it the exact same way. It says it's not in use. No, it's the highlight. Yeah. See? Interesting. So can I only do Brian through Speaker.Bot speak? I mean, that's fine. We just need one, right? We just need one that works.
Hello, Darth Barry. This is a test message.
And that does work. So that is one way that we can do it. But I think I want to handle it a little bit differently. Because now it can say things. And if we would add a trigger, such as Twitch... let me give you guys a better view. Twitch, chat, cheer. And we set this to, I don't know, say 250 bits. okay, now every time that somebody donates 250 bits, it will say, hello, Darth Barry, this is a test message. If we set this to user says message, or user, yeah, let's just say user gave bits, yeah, and says message, and say okay, then if we would simulate this, now I don't know if this is gonna work because this account is not an affiliate. Simulate event. Random user, and let's say 650 bits.
Free Pickle gave 292 bits and says this is a Twitch cheer trigger test.
This is a Twitch cheer trigger test. So now it tells us the username. It tells us how much they gave and what they are saying. That's already brilliant. Like, that is your standard TTS bot. That's it. You've got that set up now using Streamer.Bot and Speaker.Bot. The problem is that so far, things are immediately processing, as you can see, and being played. So, that is something we are going to have to tackle next. Next, we're going to try and make it so that the actions that happen, the triggers that are triggered, do not immediately activate the speaker. And that should be fairly easy. So we're gonna go TTS, next message hotkey. And what the next message hotkey does is Speaker.Bot, set pause state, paused. No, sorry, enabled. Then delay. Let's try 250 milliseconds. What we wanted to be able to do is enable the queue, then pause for a little bit so the process, the next message starts processing, and then we want to pause it again. So we're just gonna duplicate this and pause. So now we are gonna set this as a hotkey. Core, hotkey press, create, control, and I want numpad. Numpad, let's say numpad 1. Okay. So now I press numpad 1, control numpad 1. And the queue should now be paused. Right? The queue should now be paused. So if I run this one, I'm gonna test trigger. Okay, look, it's now in the queue. But it's not being played. The moment I now unlock the queue by doing control numpad 1 to do the next message.
Robich20 gave 292 bits and says this is a Twitch cheer trigger test.
That was surprisingly easy. So let's do, now you can, like, we could put 3 in the queue. It doesn't do anything. And then we do control 1, and it goes for 1 message. Hopefully.
SI9Knowles_ gave 292 bits and says this is a Twitch cheer trigger test.
Very nice. Very nice indeed. And then the next one.
Castelabs gave 292
Perfect.
bits and says this is a Twitch cheer trigger test.
And the last one.
0_lonely_e-girl gave 292 bits and says this is a Twitch
Okay,
cheer trigger
that's
test.
a great name to pick there, Speaker.Bot, as a random name. Lonely E-Girl. Fair enough. Fair enough. So far, so good. We have everything set up. We have, we have ourselves a way for it to speak messages every time there's a cheer. We can set this up more. We can add extra triggers. That's no problem. And we now have a button which allows us to play the next message. Wonderful. So what's the next step? I kind of feel, right, that the next thing we are going to have to do is going to be a bit more difficult, because the next thing we are going to have to do is make a counter. Every time that we play a message, we need to have the played messages counter go up by 1. And every time that we receive a message, we need to have a total counter go up by 1. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to go into OBS. And I've made a TTS bot scene just for testing purposes. And let's pretend that we're playing Valorant. I don't know why Valorant. It's just the first image that I found, which worked. I don't normally play Valorant. This is definitely not me. You know how you can see this is not me? The crosshair is on the person. If the crosshair is on the person, it is not me. Oh, apparently we are winning, because this is actually a plant site in Valorant. So we have the plant, I'm assuming. Unless we're defense, in which case, why are we on the site? Anyway, and then we are going to add an image. And the image we are going to add is going to be, let's do TTS background. We'll do a TTS background. Actually, no, we don't need to do an image for that. We are going to add a color source. I just noticed something. Yeah, okay, we'll go with a color source. We'll go with a color source, which apparently we are just calling C. Okay, let's make that black. Let's rename that to TTS background. And what we are going to do is we're going to make this a lot less alpha. So let's say 150. You can clearly see the difference to where the box is and where it isn't, but it isn't interrupting the game. Perfect. Then with Alt left click, we can resize it to whatever we want. Or I can even go in here and resize it from here. Let's say a width of 1200. Maybe a bit small, but whatever. And a height of 200. And let's reset the transform, shall we? There we go. Okay, so we now have... That's too large. That's too large. Let's drop it down to 150. And transform, center horizontally. There we go. We now have a box. And this box is going to be where all our TTS stuff is gonna live. So let's add the text. We'll call this text Q. Font. What font shall we use? Montserrat. Montserrat is always good. Bold. Let's see how this looks. Q. fairly large. But we can resize that. I think 1200 might be too wide, you know. We can adjust that later. We can adjust that later. The important thing right now is that we get a little indicator with the Q. And we're going to just duplicate this. Copy. Paste duplicate. Rename. Actually, let me show you guys a little trick. Because I always feel, right? If you look at this as a scene. If you look at this as a scene, I feel like the Q name always looks very flat. Like it's clearly just text on a screen. And I like to give it a little more dynamic. So what I'm going to do is that I'm actually going to go down in the settings. I'm going to say gradient. I'm going to turn the gradient to black. That's going to be very obvious, right? You can very clearly see it goes from light to dark. Okay, I just need this because then I can set the gradient direction correctly. And for me, the gradient direction was set correctly. I do want it at 90 degrees, so it goes from top to bottom. And then we're going to drag the black up to almost back to white. That may be a bit too much. A little lower. And what this does is just give this very slight gradient. This very slight darkening as it goes down. And all of a sudden, that's a bit much still in that size. So let's up it a little bit more. And suddenly it looks like that text actually has depth. It feels integrated instead of having, oh, it's text on top of something. But just giving that slight gradient and just play with it. Play with it until it looks good. And I really like that slight gradient. It makes it feel like it's not text slapped on a screen. It gives it a little extra. Now we duplicate it. And this is just preparing for later. We'll call this wait time. Because we are, of course, going to try and get the wait time in there. I don't know if that's going to work, but we'll see. We'll see. To be fair, I have no idea. 930 pixels. Let's get this down a little bit. Make sure it's even. 930 pixels. Distanced. There we go. Okay, so we now have the TTS background. We have the queue. And let's rename this one to wait time. And I'm going to call this wait time static. And I'm also going to call this queue static. Because I like classing things in groups. We are going to need one more thing. So we're just going to copy and paste this one. Going to rename it. And it's just going to be slash. May seem weird, but trust me, we are going to need a slash. It's just going to be Q slash. Because that is going to be between our total and our current TTS. Right? And that never changes. So now we have exactly the sort of text things that we are going to need for all the static parts of this overlay. Next up, I am going to paste another duplicate. I'm going to rename it, and I'm going to call it Q Current Dynamic. And the reason I call it dynamic is because while I'm going to put in a number right now, just 25, which is fine, later on we're going to call a file instead. We're going to read from file. We're going to take the 25. The first thing we're going to do, right-click, transform, edit transform, bounding box. We're going to set that to inner bound. The positional alignment, we're going to set to center. And the alignment box, bounding box, is going to be center right. The reason we want this is because now it doesn't matter how high the box is, it will always try and be in the correct placement centrally at the maximum size that it can be. And we want it center right, because as you can see, this gives us a perfect bounding box. It will always be right oriented. Gonna shrink it a little bit with Alt and left mouse. And we're going to do the same on the bottom, so it fills out pretty much the whole box. Because there is always some sort of what you call that? A bounding box. There's always a bounding box. Okay, set that to scaling. Zoom in for you guys. And then we're going to make sure that this fits nicely next to the slash. For that, I overlap. I make sure they're the same height or almost the same height, which they are. And then we're going to put this into place with the mouse buttons, with the arrow keys. Now, because it is right oriented, even if this is a giant number, even if this is, what, let's say 15,200, it doesn't matter. It always shrinks to the right size for this bounding box. I'm gonna assume that we will not reach above, what, 200 or hundreds of messages. So up to 999. So I'm just gonna make it slightly wider than that, because sometimes you have wider numbers and slimmer numbers, but the height is fine. Like, the size is good. I don't want it to go anywhere. Hey, Parkeith, how are you doing? I hope you're doing well. Hope you're having a good day, my friend. Hope you're having a good day. Now, this is the dynamic box, so what we're going to do is we're going to paste a duplicate. Again, we want this to be a duplicate. We can have this be a duplicate, and I'm going to set this to 500. But at this point, because we keep duplicating... Oh, I'm still zoomed in. Sorry about that. Because we keep duplicating, the design of all our text is the same, which we do like. And we're going to set this to total. So this is going to be the total. The only change we're going to do is, because this is going to go on the left side of the divider, is we're going to go into transform, edit transform, and we're going to set the bounding box from center right to center left. And there we go. Make sure that that is in line with the other one. That one is 1004 pixels down. This one is not. So put it down and make sure that the size is good. And we're going to lock that in place as well. As you guys can see, the Q is not centered above this. So let's give this a little nudge to the left. Think. Is that somewhat... Yeah, that's somewhat centered. And I'm just going to close the distance a little bit. Don't feel like we are going to need much more space than this. Just to give it a little bit of breathing space, and that's it. It also means we can lower the background to fit that a little better. Absolutely, absolutely, Ash. I will do that, you legend. Go have yourself a good time. Remember that the VOD here will stay for a limited amount of time. Over on YouTube, it will stay permanently. So if you can't find it here on this channel, check YouTube. You know. I don't need to tell you this. I still do. Have a good time, dude. Have a good time. Okay, so that's 942 pixels down. 942 pixels down. There we go. Wait time is now at the same level as Q. And for the wait time, I am going to do this. I'm going to paste duplicate. I'm going to rename. And we're going to change Q current. The whole name becomes wait time current. Or really, we can just call this wait time dynamic. Move that over here. Have to remember, this is 1007 pixels down. We want this in line, so we're going to move this to 1007 pixels down. But this time, I want it to... Hey, Parkeith, let's go! Love to hear it, love to hear it. Good to have you on this side of the internet as well. First time chatter, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay. What is the maximum time that we spend on a stream? Hey, Ugman, thank you so much. That is much appreciated over on the side of YouTube. Ugman is saying, thought I'd say how much I enjoy watching your content here on YouTube. Will I be making a tutorial on this? This is the tutorial. This is the tutorial, but I could probably make like a shorter version that's more snappy for the people that can't be here. So, maybe... else this VOD will always be here so you can watch it through. And it will stay on the YouTube channel. It will stay on the YouTube channel. You can always find it in the live tab. I might make a shorter version. Not a bad idea, Ugman. That gives me a good idea for a video. Next week's video is already ready. The week after, I'm still editing this weekend, so it might be in like 2 weeks that I make this. Yeah. Let's go, Parkeith. You got on Twitch and YouTube. I like it. I like it. Thank you so much. That does help. That does help. So as I was saying, this is going to be the wait time. Now, let's say that we stream for a maximum of 24 hours. Which means we need 2-hour digits, 2-minute digits, and 2 sort of second digits. And I want this to be the same size as... this. So we're gonna have to give it a little more width than we would normally do. There we go. And now we move it over to the other side. Holding shift, by the way, allows you to shift it a lot faster. And center that. Okay, that's our wait time. Done. Again, just like before, the wait time is going to be linked to a file later on. Don't worry about that. We'll fix that in a bit. I just wanted to have the design up and running, because now we get to go back to Streamer.Bot and Speaker.Bot. Speaker.Bot, not that important right now. Streamer.Bot very much is. So right now, the speak message, all it does is you offer revisit. Let's go, Ugman. That's a good way to learn as well. This is honestly, I don't even know if I'm going to be using this on this stream or on my gaming stream. I just wanted to have, I wanted to learn how it was done. So why not? Why not spend some time doing that and show you guys and have you guys here with me in case something does go wrong. You guys see things that I don't. That's what I like about this. Okay, so right now, this is... where was I? Yeah, this is only speaking. We now want, every time that this happens... Yeah, Ugman, that's how I learn as well. Like, that's how I started learning Streamer.Bot. I watch people like Nutty. I watch people like Andy Lippy. I watched many, many videos trying to understand how Streamer.Bot works. And because I started learning it and I got a lot of questions about what I did on my stream, on my gaming stream, I was like, oh, well, I might as well teach people here. And that's how I sort of started teaching people and on Content Delta about Streamer.Bot. Great way to learn. So what am I going to do? Right now it just speaks. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go core file IO. Is that smart? Yeah. Yeah, that should be... I don't think that's a problem. Ooh. So, what I'm thinking is, like, I can read line from file, right? I can just read a line from a file. Find the right Streamer.Bot. We're working in the test rig right now. Give that a text file. Go in. And call this, TTS current. No, sorry, this is TTS total. And just link it up to that, right? Then what I wanted to do, because now it reads the amount of TTS there is, Then what I wanted to do is we wanted to set an argument. And the argument will be TTS new total. Without the... There. That will add a variable. And as variable, we want to add a mathematics variable. Which is going to be line 0. Line 0 being the line that it just read. Plus 1. And then it just outputs that. That's it. It just outputs that. And then we write to that same file the new total. There we go. And now, if I go in here and we take the total dynamic and we link that. So we click read from file, browse, and we find the file that we were just using. I know, I have a lot of Streamer.Bot installs. Don't worry about that. There we go. We click OK. It's gone. That's because we have not set anything in that text file yet. So we go to Streamer.Bot, test rig. I'm just doing this on my other screen quickly. There we go. And then all we need to do is just take this file and set a 0 in and save. And we close it again, go back out. And now it says 0. Good start. Couldn't agree more. I've learned more on OBS, Streamer.Bot, Twitch integration in the last few months than I have in the past 3 years. Let's go! That's important. Knowing the technology that you have is such a good way to become better technically at streaming. Of course, the rest still works. Watching Andy Lippy, Nutty, and myself. Hey, thank you, Ugman. Honestly, I'm a bit honored that I am in that list because Nutty is definitely a creator that technically is very, very strong. Very, very strong. Which I absolutely love. So I'm going to take that as a compliment. We are going to test this now. Now, if I click test trigger, this should go up like it should. What it does is it sends the Speaker.Bot message. And then it should make this 1. There we go. If I do it again, it should become 2. Okay. Now, there's one thing I do see. It's just a minor thing, right? I find it a little bit too close to the slash, so I'm just going to move it 2 pixels aside. Gives it a bit more breathing room. And if we look at Speaker.Bot, there are now 2 random messages set up. The first one I just triggered.
Nukima gave 292 bits and says this is a Twitch cheer trigger test.
And we can do that again, but I won't. I'll show you guys in a second why I won't. Because now it counts up the total number of messages in the queue. You're now changing GS script and trying to learn C#. Yeah, Ugman, I started learning C# about 3 months ago. Specifically for Streamer.Bot, right? So I've not done a lot of really technical stuff, but it's good fun. We are going to be playing with C# in a little bit as well. So now we have the counter going for... yeah, we have the counter going for the total messages in the queue. Now we need to make it so that whenever we say next message, it also adds 1 to the number of messages we have listened to. So we're going to do the exact same what we did here, except for a new text file in the next message hotkey. So what we're going to do, core, file IO, read line from file. We're going to make a new file. And we'll call this TTS Q or TTS current. That's maybe more descriptive. There we go. Click OK. Then we're going to just... I'm actually going to copy this one. Right click. Copy sub action. Go into the other one. Paste sub action, and the only thing I have to change now instead of new total is new current. And then I wanted to write that to the file. And I want to write that to the file TTS current. And the text is going to be TTS new current. There we go. That's it. This should do the exact same thing. Remember, we do have to link the current dynamic property to it. Read from file, TTS current, which currently is empty. So also there, and here I'll put in a 1 because we've already listened to 1. And if we now do it again, do it again. Ha-ha! And here comes the message.
Gave 292 bits and says this is a Twitch cheer trigger test.
Okay, so now what we have been able to do Thank you, Ugman. Thank you. So Ugman on YouTube is saying, Nutty's technically brilliant. He definitely is. And I deserve to be on that list. My guys are concise and clear. Thank you so much. Genuinely. That makes me smile. I'm going to remember that for the rest of the day. Trust me. Okay, so. Oh. I'm very happy with this. So now we have a queue. Okay, I'm going to be really... This is going to frustrate me. Just going to put a colon after this. There we go. That looks better. Okay, the queue's 2 out of 2. We've done all the Speaker.Bot things, right? We've now gone through the whole queue. There's nothing left. But there is... So that is all working now. Now comes the hard part. Now we're going to play around with C#. Because what we want to do now... Oh, how are we going to do this? What we want to do now is take this to a completely new level. Right? Your knowledge of best practice, Ugman, you don't get knowledge of best practice. So let me answer this significantly differently. Your biggest hurdle when using OBS and Streamer.Bot is your knowledge of best practice. Best practice is whatever works for you. I am a big fan of the English phrase, budget together. It means build little bits that work, then build the glue between them, and eventually you might find an easier way to do it, but if it works, it works. That's the important part. First get it to work, then start making it look better and feel better and make it more effective or efficient. Because often when you are streaming, it doesn't matter if there's a little bit extra delay. You're not working under tight constraints when it comes to programming. That's honestly also the reason why I like it. If I have to make it as efficient as possible, that's not fun anymore. At least not for me. But yeah, we are gonna... Okay, I'm gonna actually do this differently now. So this is really everything you need for the basic setup, right? We can now not only get Speaker.Bot to send messages. We can also control the queue. We know how many messages there are, and we know, and we can use a hotkey or a Stream Deck button to go to the next message. Time to do this all again in a different way, and hopefully this is going to work. Like, this far, I had a fairly decent idea of what we were going to do. Now the experimental part starts. And that is that we are going to make a completely new thing here. And I'm going to call this Speak Message C#. Because we're no longer going to be using much of what Streamer.Bot has to offer. The only thing we are going to do is that we are going to we're gonna have to get a certain amount of information. Okay. I'm just gonna start with the code. I'm just gonna start C#, execute C# code. And let's put that over on... Let's put that... I mean, I could put it over here, but then you guys sometimes can't see everything. That seems a little silly. Let's put it here. You like that? Being English, this rings true. Yeah, Ugman. Like, budget. Budget and leg it. Just budget together. Get it working first. You can make it pretty afterwards. If you really want to. If it already works, then why would you care? Okay, so, as you guys can see, we now have a C# box. This C# box is gonna do a lot of things for us. He logged in every time to open a new tab in SAP, but there is a button to open a new tab without logging in every time. Wait, Barkeith, sorry, I missed that message there. Told my colleague the same at the machine. Make it work first, then ask yourself, is there an easy and better way to do it? He logged in every time to open a new tab in SAP, but there's a button to open a new tab without logging in every time. Exactly. Making it work is important. Making it easy is step number 2. In this case, making it easy is going to make it a lot harder because it's time for us to open Streamer.Bot. Specifically, I want the events. So I'm just going to Google that because I want to be able to see all the events that can happen. And we are going to make this work for a multitude of things. So let's take a quick note here. What do we want the TTS bot to work for? Work. We want to use it for bits. We want to use it for donos. Through... I can't write like this. This is terrible. This is genuinely terrible. Okay. I need a better way to write, clearly. Donos through... That's that. Okay. Yeah, that's a U. Pretty sure that's not supposed to look like that. So, donos through... let's do stream elements. We'll do donos through stream elements. I also want it to work for YouTube Super Chats. Are there any other things that it would be good for it to work for? If it works for bits, we can also make it work for subs. Gift bombs. Those should all have similar inputs at least. Let's do these three. 3 different kinds. Bits, donos through stream elements, and YouTube Super Chats. Because they are 3 different platforms. And if it works for these 3 platforms, we can make it work for everything. Okay, I'm going to put that on my other screen. So we keep that in mind. So the first thing we are going to do is we're going to check out the Twitch events. Now, these are the things, the standard variables. Whenever somebody does anything, chat, cheer, whisper, anything, these get logged. So we can use user. And that is also the first thing that we are going to grab. We're going to grab the user. For that, I am going to quickly borrow something. Because I believe it's in my guesser. This is something else I have written. Yeah, this string is what I need. There we go. So this is a string that I found on Nutty's channel. when I was learning about Streamer.Bot. And what this string does, it imports an argument from Streamer.Bot into your code, so you can use it as an argument. And really, input 0 for us is going to be user. I'm gonna zoom in for you guys so you guys can see. This is going to be user, and we're going to put this to user as well. Yep. So now, if we use the string user, it automatically draws your username. Just gonna take this, and I'm gonna comment this as well. / load in all the variables. Okay. Now, this first one, I want to have work for bits. And we are going to make this a little more advanced. So, string, we're going to copy paste this. Load in, actually, I'm going to call this load in the basic variables. The second thing we want to have in here is the event source. That is going to tell us if it comes from Twitch or if it's going to come from YouTube. Yeah? If it comes from Twitch, and then I need to write this correctly. If, I really wish I could supersize this for you guys, but I don't know if this even allows that, but this should be fine, right? I hope you guys can read along. If event source is equal to Twitch, well, what does it do then? There we go. We're just gonna leave that there. Turksy, thank you for the follow, you absolute legend. If event source is Twitch, it's gonna do something, and if event source is YouTube, or we'll call this an elif actually. Else if, does that not work with C#? An elif statement? I don't know, Turksy. I don't know. But it may be because I'm on a different channel than normally. It may be because I'm on a different channel than normally. But right now, what we wanted to do is take some information in. Right? We're just going to say, it's fine. This is, look. Load in the, Hey, Maria. Thank you for the lurk. You're a legend. You're a legend. Load in the Twitch variables. That's what this set is gonna do. And this if statement is going to load in the YouTube variables. Then, I'm gonna click the save button. I'm gonna click the save button. I have clicked the save button. So if this is Twitch, what do we want it to do? Well, we want this to work on Twitch. We want this to work for cheers. And only cheers so far. Right? So what it's going to draw in is some of the cheer things. Specifically, what we want from this is we want the message, the number of bits, and if it is anonymous. Oh, it's been deprecated. You can't tweet. Okay, never mind. We don't need anonymous anymore. Brilliant. So really all we need is the number of bits and the message because we've already loaded in the username. So, I'm just gonna copy paste this. Seems like the easiest way to do this. String, bits. And yes, I do want the bits as a string. We can make it an integer later on as well. But right now, we'll just take it in as a string. And then we'll also take in the message. If I could spell message and the message here. That's not bad. Okay, so now whenever somebody you can read this fine. Perfect. Yeah, I can also zoom in, right? But this is just we're copy pasting. So that should be good. So we have our bits, we have the message, and we have the user. That's really all we need. Because the rest will come later. In the case that it is YouTube, well, let's leave the cheers open. We'll just go to the other tab. In case this is YouTube, what would we... User is still a thing. User is still a thing, so that is good. That's what we need. And then we'll say super chat. And what do we need from this? Oh, here it's also called message. Ugman, thank you so much for the follow over on the Twitch side as well. Thank you so much. That is much appreciated. So the message stays a thing, right? So we can just copy paste this in. Boom. However, here it is not called bits. Logically, it is called amount. So we're gonna import the amount. And not only do we want the amount, we probably also want to know what kind of amount this is. So we're also going to get in the currency code. Oh, wait, no, wait. That contains the purchase amount and the currency. Ah. Well, then we don't need that. We don't need the currency code. It contains the currency. That's what we need to know. So we have the cheers done. We have the super chat done. The last thing we want is we want it to read... we want it to read tips. We want it to read tips from stream elements. And here we don't have the event source string. So one problem that might happen when we test this is that it will say event source null. Luckily, that is something we can test. So let's compile this. The name Twitch does not exist in the current context. Oh, right. That's right. I do need to mark these as... And... That's dumb. Wait. Hello? YouTube, all lowercase. All lowercase. There we go. So now they are just strings. Cannot implicitly type string to bool. Because I can't set them, I need to test for equality. Yes! There we go. Remember math, when you're testing for equality, you need to double equal signs. Let's compile that. And really all I wanted to do, this is just a test, is cph send message. So we'll send a Twitch message with the event source. Right? That's all I wanted to do. Because we're now testing. And the test that we are going to do first is what is the event source if somebody cheers? Twitch! Brilliant! It's right there in the Twitch chat. It only shows this in Twitch chat, by the way. It doesn't show this in YouTube chat. But you guys can still see it on the bottom, so that's okay. Now, what if it's YouTube and it is a super chat? It's YouTube. Brilliant. That works fine. Now we want to check if it breaks. If we set this to... Oh, we might have to do that in here, actually. Stream elements. That's why I'm not logged in. Let me log into stream elements. Thank you. Can I now add stream elements things? No? It hasn't set that to trigger yet? Wait, what? No, that has to be a trigger. Twitch. Broadcast chat general membership. Am I blind? No. Oh, integrations. Of course it's just in integrations. Never mind. Tip. That's all you want. Test trigger. Okay, so then the trigger, the event type, event source is stream elements. That's what we needed to know. So load in the stream elements variables. I really would have just liked to do this as an if-elif source, but apparently that is just not the case. Let's copy this. Stream elements, just so I have the structure here. And then what can we get from this? We can get... Oops. Should not have deleted that, but that's fine. Tip username. Because now we don't have user, right? We only have tip username. We have tip amount. And I believe in this case, it doesn't give us the currency immediately. Tip currency, we can always change that later. So now we've got the tip username, the tip amount, tip currency, and lastly, of course, the tip message. Now, there's one thing I'm going to have a look at here, because if we get... It loads a user, right? It loads a user here. And then it says, okay, if it is bits, then make... If it's on Twitch, make a thing called bits, make a thing called message. Fine. If it's a thing on YouTube, make a thing called message and make a thing called amount. Now, what I want to do is make a new string called amount, all lowercase, which is simply tip currency plus... I might need to force this to be a string. Plus... spacebar, empty space, plus tip amount. No, that's already a string. I forced that to be a string already, so that's fine. So what this does is it loads the tip currency, it loads the tip amount, and then it makes a new string combining the tip currency and the tip amount. Similarly, you guys can see that I haven't called this tip message. I've just called this message because it loads the tip message, right? It loads the tip message, but the message stays like known as the alias for it in the C# code is message. We can do it similarly with this and say, oh, well, if it is stream elements, we just redefine the thing that's called user up here to be the thing down here. That's fine. That is absolutely fine. Or it's not. Or it is not fine. A local parameter named user cannot be declared in the scope because the name is used in an enclosing local scope to define a local or parameter. Okay. Oh, then we'll just do it differently, right? We'll just say that this is, we'll just call this tip user. The tip user name, in fact. It's fine. We'll just have to make 2 strings. There's no problem with that. So now we have all the information we need loaded in. At least from the different events, right? So the first thing we want to do now is make sure that Speaker.Bot will say something. Right? We need to send the message to Speaker.Bot. Send message to Speaker.Bot. Yes. That's the first thing we're going to do. It's not going to be the first thing in the code, but it is the first thing we're going to do. And I think I will have to check the C# methods of Streamer.Bot, which, by the way, just Google this and you'll get all the available methods. Methods are the built-in systems in Streamer.Bot that we can simply call, sort of the functions that you can call. We'll open Speaker.Bot and it's simply TTS speak. So we'll go TTS speak. We might have to call it with CPH, TTS speak. Yes. Voice alias, Brian. Message. Well, the message, let's build that first. Final message. And then it says, Boolean bad word filter. We want that to be false. I think that makes sure that the bad word filter is on. Because the thing is called pass by bad word filter. And now we build the final message. But we're not going to build the message here. We're going to build the message up here. String final message equals. What's the final message going to be? It is going to be user plus, in the case of bits, hey Inspira, how are you doing? Hope you're doing well. In the case of bits, we want it to be user gave space bits plus bits and do we want it to say how many bits it gave? Yeah, let's do this for now. Let's make sure that it tells you how many bits it was. And says space plus message. That is going to be the final message if somebody gives you bits on Twitch. If somebody super chats on YouTube, it is the final message is going to be user super chatted. That makes sure that we see it, we hear the difference when it's bits and when it's not. Amount space and said space and does the same thing. Yeah, absolutely, Inspira. And remember, if you did pop in late, if you want to see the whole thing will be on the YouTube channel. YouTube.com/content delta. I wish I had a button to press a link. I really do. But yeah, you can absolutely check it out there and recap. We've gone through step 1. We've gone through step 2. We're now going into advanced mode, pretty much. You're a legend. You're a legend. I'm also live there at the moment, funny enough. User plus super chatted amount and said, and what is this? Message. It's just a message. There we go. So now we have the final message, right? User super chatted amount, that is dollar or currency space amount and said message. Last thing we have to do is do a very similar thing for the tip. And their final message is going to be tip username. Remember, user doesn't exist in this case. Just tipped. Tip currency. Plus space. Plus tip amount. Actually, we already made that as a string. Just amount. Remember, we made that string here. Tip currency plus space plus amount. So we're just going and says plus message. As you can see, and this is important, I put spaces in front and after each of these. If you don't do that, there will not be a space in your final message and it will read very, very weirdly. Now we have 3 types of final messages. We have one final message in case if it is a bit donation, YouTube super chat, or stream elements tip. And really what we say to Speaker.Bot is just put that in the queue. Because all of them are called final message. For some reason, it does not like Brian or final message in these contexts. And I'm not entirely sure what... Okay, we'll just call it string Brian and string final message. That should define them, hopefully, in this context. No. So why... Like, this just has to be a string, and final message is a string. Okay. Wait. This should work. We're just gonna have to define an empty string. No? So, is that then because these are... I mean, it should compile. Does not exist in current... Argument missing. Yeah, there's an argument missing here because you don't accept Brian. Okay, so, string... what will we call this? Voice alias. Equals Brian. Oh! That's the mistake I made. This has to be a string. And final message is already a string. It just doesn't exist at the moment. Which gives it an error. But if we... I want to test something. I have a few things from another one. Execute code here. The collections and the system I/O. I want to make sure that that is in this as well. Okay, final message still doesn't exist. Because it doesn't exist unless one of these if clauses is true. It will always be true, mind you. So we could just ignore that for now. And that is exactly what we're going to do. That is exactly what we're going to do. We're just going to ignore that part for now. If it becomes a problem later, it will become a problem later. Now, this is the thing that happens every time we have somebody add a TTS thing to the queue. So the next thing we are going to have to recreate is that thing where it increases the queue every time somebody redeems something. So increase total redeem number. And the reason I'm doing this in C# is because I can. I mean, we could technically just do the same as we did here, which is add a read line, add an argument, write a file, and we're done. But I'm thinking this is just a bit more of a challenge. It's a bit more fun. So let's do it in here. And to be able to do this, we are going to... We're going to read some files. And reading files in C# is an absolute menace. So what we'll do is we will you guys can see this, but that's okay. I'm opening another version of my Streamer.Bot. I'm opening another version of my Streamer.Bot where I have these actions already defined, and I will explain the actions. It's just going to be a lot easier to copy paste in. There we go, and let's grab that as well. So there we go. Okay. Nope, that's the wrong OBS. I clicked. That's not the OBS I wanted to pull up. What we are going to do next is that we are going to read in the total redeem number. And for that, we are gonna first define the file bottom, and that is going to be an explicit command. And the explicit file bottom that we are going to grab, we can see here. We'll open this is the folder where the file is in, and the specific part we want is just /text file and then TTS total. So this is going to be /text file, which I copied, TTS total dot, and that's TXT, right? Yeah, TXT. And I believe that is all we need from this particular one. Yes. And then we'll go file top. And here we're going to do something different. So we could have taken the whole in here. We could have taken just the whole thing, the whole path, and dropped it in, and that's the path. But I don't like doing that, because when I then transfer this to somebody else on somebody else's PC, it will scream at you because your Streamer.Bot is not installed in the exact same folder as where I have my Streamer.Bot installed. So what I do here instead is app domain, current domain, base directory. And what that does is it opens, it reads in here, and it goes, oh, my exe file, my executable. What folder is that in? That is the folder that this is. For that, you do need to use one extra precondition, and that is system.link. So you have system.io, system.link, and collections generic. And that sometimes makes a bit of a bug, where it just doesn't recognize something like app domain. Don't know why it isn't recognizing that, because it should. Because I typed domain, not domain. Typos, they're a thing. Compile, save, And what I do now is string file path, and that is just path combine. And what are we combining? We are combining file top and file bottom. So what this does is now whenever I transfer this to somebody else's PC, as soon as they put their text files in the correct folder, so text file and then this, which I always communicate, it will automatically load the right file. They don't have to change anything in here, which is absolutely lovely. Genuinely, these sort of relative pathing things make distributing this to other people a lot easier. And now it needs to read the folder. It needs to actually go in and say, hey, this line, I need to draw this in. Now, for this, I have a function, which I'm just going to drop in. Recover array of array variable match. I know it is a mouthful as a word, but very simple. This function takes as input an array of arrays, that's not the right one. That's my array checking one. This is the one I need. Read lines from path. Literally just a function that goes in, checks the path, sets an array of lines, and then just goes, read all the lines. And it also has a special error message that says, if it can't find the lines, fix it. And we're just going to put that in here. So, and I'm going to call this counter total. Can I get this as an... No, this is going to come back. That's important. This is going to come back as an array of strings. Read lines from path, file path. There we go. So what this now does is... Hello? Now it says there's an error in many places. In line 50, this one. Why are there errors in that line? You read it just now. Completely fine. Cannot convert method group combined to non-delegate type string. Am I using the wrong parentheses? Should these be regular parentheses because it's a method? Yes, that's it. Got it. Fine. Boom. Okay, so now what we have is it reads whatever is in TTS total and it pulls it out as a string. Now let's do a quick test run. For which I am going to not want to have this be... So I'm just going to comment out the speaking part. It's not going to do the TTS. But it is going to do a little test here, which I like doing occasionally to make sure that I'm not doing things wrong. And really what it's going to do, it's just going to send the lines command in chat. Which it can't do, but because it's an array of strings, but now it can. And what it's going to do, let's test this. File not found. File not found? The file is definitely there. Does this not need the backslash? Because that comes from the top. Yes, there we go. Okay. And it indeed just drops out 2. Since it drops out 2, and that is exactly what is in the file, that is what we need to use. So what I'm going to say now is that string new, no, q new total equals lines 0 plus 1. And I say this is a string, but this will of course be an int. One slight issue: line 0 will be regarded as a string, not as an integer. So we're going to parse. Is it parse to int? Can't remember if that is it. Parse to int C#. Luckily, there is the internet. And programming really is just learning how to Google things well. Int try parse. Okay. Int try parse. And now what it does is it will... just int parse, because I know this is gonna succeed. The name int doesn't exist. What if I do int parse? Yes. So what this does, it just goes, oh, this is a string. Let me think of it. Let me think of it as a number. And then if I would tell it to print the q new total, which is an int, which I don't know if it can do. No, so we need to tell it to output a string. There we go. Yep. And then we test it again. It should come out with 3. It comes out with 3. Perfect. And all this does is actually just add the number that we were thinking about using. And we're now going to write that back into the file. That's all this does. It takes a number from the file. It goes, what number are we on? And it prints it again. The reason I like to use files, by the way, I know that there are ways where you could take these variables and instead of using them in files, you can drop them in, what are they called? You can drop them as a variable in Streamer.Bot, even global persisting variables. But I always feel like if Streamer.Bot crashes at some point and it loses the number, that is really annoying. While if you just put it in a file, yes, it takes a little bit longer, 10 milliseconds longer or something like that, to actually get to the file. But once you have the file, at least you're done, right? At least you still have what you were hoping to get, instead of losing it completely. I don't like the idea of losing all my data immediately. So what we're going to do here is just file, write all lines, and what we are going to write is q new total. And no, first thing we have to put in here, I believe, is file path and then q new total to string. That should... Cannot convert from string to... Okay. Cannot convert from string to... Okay, so it expects a array of strings. Then we can just do this, right? Then we can just do this. I want to change the 0th entry of... Oh, but then this needs to be a... Okay, okay. Parentheses. This may look a little funky. I'm hoping this works. If it doesn't, fine. Else I will explain it. It does not work. Specifically because of this. Okay, then we'll do it differently. We'll just add an extra line. So what we'll do is we'll create Q new total, and then we'll say string line or string boop. No, string line or new total. And that will be Q new total to string. And then we set lines 0, which is a string, to the new total. And then this will now be lines, because that is actually the format in what we're looking for. So what this does is it counts that new total, counts the new thing, and says, okay, that's an integer. We need that as a string, so I convert that to a string, and then I overwrite the number that was already in that place to the new total. Fantastic. So now that should correctly update TTS total, which is good news. Really good news. So now we're back at the point where we were before we started doing this. We can redeem stuff, we get the right information, we send a message to the TTS bot, and we can count. That's where we were, except now we've made it in C#. Now we're going to add some new functionality. And the first bit of functionality that we want to add is we want to record the exact time that somebody redeems this. So record the time that redemption or that TTS redemption is made. This should be fairly simple. C# should have a command for this. Time now. There we go. So what we want is that a string? As what does it come back? Oh, it's a date time. Date time. Redemption time is daytime now. And of course the delimiter. There we go. So now we can record the time as a datetime variable. I don't want it to do all these weird things right now, right? Like increasing the number. What I do want it to do is just CPH, send message. This is again, testing all the way through. Always debug everything as soon as you can, especially if you're not a very experienced coder like myself. I am not super experienced. I just enjoy it. Debug and test everything. That is the current time. That is accurate. Good. That is what we need. That is exactly what we need. Okay. Okay, that's good. Now we need to save that. And I want to save this in a very specific format. And that is mostly for later. Like, we are going to need to save this redemption time somewhere at some point. So, what we want to do is actually, let me test if this actually works, because what I'm trying to do is to get 2 times, right? 2 different times and do arithmetic on them. I need to minus them and get an actual workable thing. So let's do a little test and say date time, time in the future. And the C# time. Ah, there's a tutorial. Wonderful. See, I don't use this enough, to be honest. Okay, so the year is this year. The month will be April. The day will be now. Let's say then it's hour. Hour, minute, seconds. Okay, so let's say 15, 34, 20. And then what I want to do is, and I don't know if it's, this is what I don't know. If it's going to allow me. Daytime difference. Time difference. Difference time is time in the future minus redemption time. Daytime cannot be used like a method. Yes, it can. That's the whole point. That is literally the whole point. Oh. Cannot implicitly convert system time span to system daytime. So this is then time span. And that does work. And if I then tell it to send a message to chat with the difference, so we say difference time to string, because it has to be a string that we send. An hour, 28 minutes, and 8 seconds. It's pretty correct. Except for the shit behind the point. So we need to round this somehow. Can I do that? Rounding time span C#. Hello? I have a time span value. I want something round. Just a warning. Question is wrong. Ask for a way to round. It shows an example of... Yeah, but truncation is fine. With truncation is fine. Okay, can I truncate? I mean, if it does what I need, that's fine then. I don't really care. No, I'm good with it just changing the string as well. Daytime now, date, new daytime, blah, blah, blah. My date, truncate. My date sans milliseconds. Okay, let's see if this works. This is all daytime, right? So, date time, redemption time, no MS is then redemption time, truncate, time span, ticks per second. No, it is not. Okay, how can I just truncate? I just need to truncate a string, really. In C#. Oh, just return the substring. Okay. Let's see if this works. You never know. Because this is exactly what I'm looking for, right? This is exactly what I wanted to do. So we'll go string equals difference time... string equals... No. String difference time string equals... I mean, I don't need it right here. We'll use it in later on in the project, but that's fine. Time, so this is then difference time to string. And then here we just use difference time string truncate. Not truncate. Was it truncate? Pretty sure it wasn't truncate. Substring. Substring. Substring 0, and then we need... So what we need is the hours, colon, minutes, colon, seconds. So 8. 0 to 7. Times... Yeah, no, different times. Okay, I need to make that a string, right? Yeah, and that compiled. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. This is non-inclusive. 8. There we go. That's all we need. That's exactly what we need. Perfect. So this, I am going to just gonna copy it somewhere into a notepad file because we're gonna need this later. I just wanted to make sure that it worked what I want to achieve with it later, before we start messing with it. Okay, so now we have the daytime. We can record the exact time that the redemption is made, which is an important part. The next thing we're gonna do, I think that's it. Is that it? No, we need to write the daytime now. String redemption time string, which is gonna be the redemption time to string. Can I just go substring immediately, or is it now gonna yell at me for that? It could yell at me for this, but if it does, that is fine. Really, I don't need to cut this at all at this point. No, it does it. And then we need to write this to a file, right? We just need to write this to a file. But it's not the file that we have defined down here that we need to write it to. It's a different file. And I am just gonna prepare. I am just going to prepare because the next thing we will want to do after this is being able to send this to Discord. So write data to file for Discord. And what I want to define here is a string called redemption data. And that is going to be that really depends, doesn't it? So in the case of Twitch, I want this to be user. And in the case of Stream Elements, I want this to be tip username. So how do I set tip username to be equal to user? I still feel like we should be able to just confirm that here by going set yeah, we can do that. We can I've been silly up here. So we want this to be user in these two cases, right? We want it to be user in those two cases. But in this case, we want tip username to be user. And if we now just take string user and blast that down to just equals default. Where's the problem? Line 52. Oh yeah, that would make sense. That would make sense. That is a problem. Name tip username doesn't exist. No, it doesn't. What a surprise. Because we've now just called it user. And also there was an error here. That should be a plus. Boom. Okay, so now we have everything written to user. So our redemption data string, which we are going to need to remember for next time, for later, is going to be user. We are also going to need to get the amount or bits. One of the two. Okay. We're gonna add another thing here. String, amount, string. It's fine. Doesn't add much data, and in this case, it's just going to be bits plus bits. So it comes out with the number and then the amount of bits. In this case, we already have the amount string. It's just called amount. So what if I just call this amount? Then this just becomes amount. See what I meant about bodging it first and then fixing it as you go along? Here it's starting to work out. We have an error on line 58. Why is this? Probably because of this line. Yes. Okay. So the final message is now user gave amount and says message. User super chatted amount and said message. And user tipped amount and says message. Why is this one in past tense? That's going to make life easy. Because now we have an amount string, no matter where we are. We have a user string, no matter where we are. And that means that this is going to be... So this is going to be redemption data, as I said. And this is going to be user, amount, message, done. Oh, no, wait. And, of course, redemption time string. That's totally gonna fuck with it, isn't it? Because I can't really... Unless... Can I convert this back to daytime? To datetime? Name amount does not exist. The name message does not... Yes, it does. It's just contained in here. Don't worry about it. It's fine. We're gonna ignore that part just like we did last time. And the reason we want this string is because we are going to write this to a file. So first off, we need to define what the file is we're going to write to. So we're going to do the same thing, string, and we're going to call this file bottom discord. In the same way, this is going to the text file /. Hey, Cryptic, how are you doing? I hope you're doing well. Will this be available on a VOD post stream? Yes, either here or on YouTube. On YouTube permanently, on here for 2 weeks. On here being Twitch. You send that message through Twitch. So text file, and we'll call this Discord file. Or we'll call this TTS log.txt. We'll make the TTS log in a second. I'm doing well. I'm doing really well. How are you doing, my friend? I hope you're doing... I hope you're having a good day. File top Discord. That's the same. Gonna be the same. I'm just gonna record that again. Seems safer. No, don't control... Don't copy that. Paste it. There we go. And then string file path Discord is going to be path combine file top Discord and file bottom Discord. Okay, so far, yes, amount and message don't exist, but that's fine. That will fix itself very soon. And instead of reading, all we're going to do here... So what we want to do here is read all the lines, check the lines, add a new line, write the lines. Okay. So we're going to first read all the lines. String. And we'll call this lines Discord, just so it doesn't overlap with the next part where we increase the total redeem number. And this command will be read lines from path, file path, Discord. I'm doing really well, Cryptic. I'm doing really well. Thank you so much for asking. This is good fun. It's really stretching my C# knowledge. It really is. But in a really good way, in a really fun way. And I just realized, right, while I'm talking about this, there's a much easier way to do this. There's a much easier way to do this. Because I could just have done the daytime thing in C# and dropped it into the other two. But we're making it harder on ourselves, which is also fine. So, we're going to read all the lines. We're going to read all the lines from the Discord path. Which is fine. Which is good. What we then want to do Yeah, what we then want to do is append a line. So the lines are going to come back. And it's going to be like, oh, there will be 29 lines, which will be line 0 to 28. What we then do is string. No, we're going to go. Because this will be a lines Discord length array. Right, this will be an array like this of line length, line Discord. And we want to add one. So we need to resize our array first. How is it that we resize arrays? Resize array in C#. Nice and easy, nice and easy. Array resize. Lovely. Is that just it? I don't want to do it in bytes. List. I don't want a list. I don't want to convert to list, then add something, then convert it back to array. Am I gonna have to convert it to a list? Added. I know it's one thing every time. The problem is that array resize can become really just problematic. Because as they said in that thread, what it does is it copies the array to a new file or a new array. And if that is 200 messages long, then suddenly you're doubling from 200 to 400 plus 1. While converting to list, that also just creates a new list, so it doesn't matter. Great. Well thought, math. Well thought. Lines, Discord. So we're gonna go string new lines or lines Discord. New is just gonna be lines Discord. Resize. And what is then the exact resizing command? I don't need to reference. We're gonna wait. It's just array resize. Okay. Array resize lines Discord, and then we want to go lines Discord length plus 1. That's what we wanted to do. String does not contain a definition for length. And okay, is it capital L length? I know that there is a difference there. Argument 1 must be passed with the ref keyword. Okay. Cannot implicitly type void to string. Wait, what? Oh! Oh, that is a literal void command. Never mind. Yep. So now I've added a line to the line Discord thing. I know it copies it. Doesn't matter. We've added a line. That's the important bit. And then in that new line, so string line Lines Discord. There must be an easier way. I feel like there's an easier way to do this. Append. Because lines, so what we get out of this is an array of arrays. So when we resize lines Discord, that's actually an array of arrays that we are resizing. Can we just be very silly? Can we just be very silly? And I'm gonna say string lines Discord lines Discord length +1 equals redemption data. No, 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 we could not. It does not like that. Okay, good to know. Okay, I mean, the rest should stay the same then. We just resize it. But now it's no longer length. It's just this. Compile. No. This is an array. This should be an array of arrays. Like the lines that we read in. Let me make the file. That might also help. TTS log. TTS log. Oh, of course it isn't an array of arrays. It's an array. Ah. Okay, so we don't want this. We want user plus... We want a comma-separated value string. That's it. So they are saved as comma-separated values. They're not saved as... Well, logically, they're not saved as arrays. They are saved as comma-separated values. So this is a comma-separated value. Yeah. Oh, whoops. Then it reads a list of comma-separated values. It adds a length. And then this is a string. I don't need to declare that. And now what it does... Now what it does is, let's say that we, for example, have Barry Epps here, who gave 250 bits with the message, "This is hell." When it now adds something, it will add a new line to this in this comma-separated value style. And let's say that it gave this, that I gave this 1304 2024 at 1432, let's say 45. So this is the string that gets placed here, right? Or at least it should be. Then it does all kinds of stuff. Just gonna do that. Just gonna do that. Save and compile. Notice the notice closed. Test the trigger. It does its thing. And And it doesn't add anything to the log. So where does this go wrong? It's not throwing out that this doesn't exist. Ah! That's where things go wrong. I should write things back into the file. I should probably actually send stuff back to the file. That seems like a wise decision. File path Discord. And we want to get the lines Discord back in there. Save compile. Let's try that again. Check the TTS log. Still nothing. Still nothing. Okay. But again, no error. So it knows the file exists. Okay, we are gonna have to do a little bit of checking here. So, first off, we are gonna send a message to chat. With the redemption data. Which is a string. So it can do that. Then, for... and then I think this is int I equals 0. Or sorry, int I equals 0, I less than lines Discord length, I plus plus. What do we do for that? Very simple. We sent the Twitch message. Actually don't know if I can send this to console. I never used the console in Streamer.Bot because I usually just send it to Twitch messages. But it seems like when I'm streaming this might be a better option to not send it into chat. Lines Discord I. Yeah. Okay, so it's just for the length of the whole thing, it will send that. But specifically, I want to do that after we've added the redemption data. Because if it wouldn't find the file, it would send it, automatically, right? Okay. So, I just tested. It did nothing. Which means it doesn't even get to the redemption data. Which makes me think that we might need to add string amount equal default string message equal default. And then message just becomes that. So we don't declare it. Instead, we just sort of tell it this is now what it should be. We do that everywhere. Still want to declare the final message, though. Save and compile. Test this again. Well, that is not what I expected. Okay, so it does send the redemption data. That is the fake redemption data we just dropped in, right? In chat. Okay. In Twitch chat, by the way. For those that are watching still on YouTube. So, instead, You have here the file bottom Discord, file top, file path, lines, array resizer, lines Discord. No, I'm good for now, Frosty. Thank you. I got water. A little bit, but I got water. So what's going wrong? We get the redemption data. Then it tries to retrieve the data. It sends this message. Retrieves the data. Does this. This is just declaration, so that should be fine. CPH. Okay, so it does this, right? Up to here, we're good. Send message. Let's say lines Discord 0. Let's see if it can read the data. Is there something wrong? Yes, it can. Oh, but wait a second. We can't do this. We can't do that. We can't substring it because it just remembers. Look, in the before last message, it just remembers the date. So we're not going to substring it here. We're just going to keep it as a string. Okay, that doesn't matter. It can also read this data, which is good. So somewhere after the resize, it's this little bit. This little bit here. That goes wrong. Should probably put this before the test. So we know it reads the data, so what is going wrong here? That's the question. It takes lines Discord and it adds an extra line. That's what it does. Then it sets the redemption data into that. Into the... Does it set it into the final line? Yes. Yeah, because we've just increased the length by 1. So in the last... But line Discord length is... So the length here is 1. But the slot it is in is 0. We now... It's 1 in length. Slot it is in is 0. We make it 2. Which means we have slot 0, slot 1. And then we add this into slot 2, which doesn't exist. It needs to go into that slot. There we go. Now if I open the TTS log. Oh, that feels good. Oh, that feels good. 42 bits. This is a Twitch trigger. Yeah. It works. It works. Let's go. Okay. So now what this does is it keeps a log of everything that happens. Everything. We now have all the data we need in the lines Discord thing. We also have a file. No, we do not. We just have the redemption time string. Oh, no, what? But that is now saved in here. Yeah? That is now saved in there. So, this now means that it should work. Now it says name final message doesn't exist. Oh, okay. Do I need to define it here as a standard message as well? So it becomes, because else they're all local, right? Else these are all local. We don't need them to be local. We need them to be global. Or well, in this file at least. Save and compile. Let's see if the redeem works. We have nothing on the processing list at the moment, right? And if somebody does this, it adds something. It adds a number here, exactly as we wanted. And if I look in the list, it also adds the thing in the list. That is exactly what we want. Perfect. Okay. Now comes the next part. We've now taken the C# to a new level. The speak message. This could have been a whole lot easier. I'm gonna tell you right now. Because we've now written everything in C#. That is something you don't need to do. But it is something we need to do for later anyway. So we might as well have it there. So, what are we going to do next? Well, this is just... We need to now be able to recover the message. Now, for the speaking, the message is already in the correct order here. Right? That's fine. That's all we need right there. But it also increases the queue number, which is also what we want. We're going to add some C# to this. And what this C# code has to do is it's going to retrieve the data that we've just inserted for Discord. Retrieve the date timestamp. Yeah? And it's going to calculate the wait time. That's what this step is going to do. So, first thing we're going to do is make that again. Just click OK. It's there. What I want to take is this file path. This one. The one from Discord. We're going to disable this because that is not going to do anything anymore from now on. And we're going to get that in first. So, first thing we do is read in the redemption data. Next up, we know which one is going to be spoken, right? The next message that's going to be spoken is the next message in the queue. The third message. According to our count right now. So we will also want to import or to read in the TTS new current variable that we have already defined here. But really, I'm just gonna grab that from the file itself. Just in case I change it later, I don't have to go through this again. So this is gonna be file top current, file top current, and this is gonna be TTS current. right? Because that is what I've named the file. I will also need to drag in very quickly the things we use. Because else I can't file IO. And I do need to in-out in files. Compile, find references. Come on. Yeah, no, link does exist. You know link has a namespace. Don't know if we need it, to be honest. I don't know if we need the link namespace. I'll just leave it out for now. If we don't need it, don't load it. Okay, so we have the redemption data. We're going to need to read that in. So I'm going to call this string boop. Actually, save that. Because we also need the function from down here. Read lines from path. I'm going to put that outside here. So this is what it's going to do every time. This is just the functions that it's going to call. And we want this lines Discord to be read lines from path. And the path is file path Discord. And we want to do this again. String lines current is read lines from path file path Discord. Now the lines current is going to be a single digit. It's going to be a single digit. So I'm also going to say string current redemption is going to be lines current 0. Why? Because now I have that as a string. I can have that as an integer. I can have that as a string. It doesn't really matter. What does matter is that we can now use that. So we have this new current line, and we know that that is going to be redemption 3. It's going to be redemption. It's not going to be correct, but normally it will go look into the log, and it will go 0, 1. It's going to be so it's going to read out this one, but that's only because we've already had some redemptions. What it is going to do is we want it to read the let's just switch these around. The third redemption, right? We have read 2. We're going to read the third, and that is this one. So in what we've just imported into Streamer.Bot, that is not actually the third line. That is the second line in that array. So what we're going to do is say string redemption data is lines Discord current redemption -1. Now we draw out the correct line of information, or we should do. Luckily, that is something to test. Operator minus can... Oh, okay, yeah. Int parse current redemption. So that for this, it does need to be an integer, but that's fine. We can do it like that. Save and compile. And then... but when we test this, it's also going to do all these things. I don't want it to do these things right now. So I'm going to disable them for a second. Just going to disable them for a second. Except I do want it to do this. See, it needs to count up, but I don't want it to say the Speaker.Bot message just yet. I wanted to do that in, like, when we get to a better point. When we're almost done, we'll do a full-on test. So now we're going to test this hotkey trigger. It's going to go up. And, of course, I didn't tell it to print. And the message is going to print, it's just going to be redemption data. I just want to see if we collect the correct data from the file that we are looking for. Does mean, and this is going to be a really annoying thing, that every time we do this, we have to correct that. Every single time. Let's see if this works. It should show that last message again. It didn't. Oh, why not? Why didn't it do that? So that would mean it doesn't, because it does do this, right? We can imagine, like, this is just copy paste, so it should. Does this. It sets this current line. It knows that this is a string. We draw that out. Don't we? Don't we? Okay. Compile, save, and compile. Set this back to 2. Where is it? There. TTS current. Gonna move that over here. Set this back to 2. And let's test that. What are you retrieving? I ask it to send current redemption, which is line's current 0. Oh, that's why. Didn't change my file path. Okay, let's see if it now pushes out line 3 after I make this 2 again. Yes! Boom. Nice. That's what we love. Good. Very, very good. Okay, so it pushes out the correct line of information. Now, the thing that we want this to do more effectively, we're going to take this and we are going to retrieve. Well, first, we are going to grab the current date and time, then compute a time span, then compute a time span difference between redemption and listen. Output the difference truncated. That's really what we want this to do. Right? So first off, we need to grab the correct entry from the redemptions. For this, the first thing we're going to do is we are going to string doot redemption data array split a string split and then we go comma. I think that's it. Object reference is required for the non-static field method string split. All right, we also have to tell it what string it's splitting. Redemption data. Which I misspelled. Cannot convert string to character in argument 1. Okay, split requires a string. Nope. That was not it. That is argument 2. Wait. Well, redemption data is not... That's a string. That's not a character. Why does it think that's a... Why does it think that that is a character? Redemption data is not a character. It just spat out that that is 8H blah 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 blah. So what could it be? Why could it be doing this? Google. Split string. In C#. Okay. An array of strings for each... No, I just want to use the split command. String split. Phrase split. Because this is phrase. Cannot convert from string to character, but this is... That's a string. I'm not asking you to convert to character. You know, got it. I see it. I see it. Knew there was only one command going in here. There we go. Save. Okay. What this does now, it takes the redemption data array and it turns it into an array of strings. So now we can take each of the pieces of information separately. Specifically, we want to turn daytime redemption data, or I'll just go redemption daytime to redemption data array, and that is entry number 4. So this is index number 3 to date time. I hope this works. String does not contain a definition for to date time. Okay. Can I just implicitly convert that? Cannot implicitly convert type string to system datetime. Convert from string to datetime. C#. Thank you. Blah, 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 blah. Datetime parse. Datetime parse. Hopefully, this immediately works. CPH. Send message. Redemption datetime to string. Give it a quick test. Does mean that I'm gonna have to change the current again in a little bit. And it draws out the correct date time. It draws out the correct date time. That's what we like to see. So now we have the date time, and then that's the date time that we needed to grab. Now we need the date time for now. So that is current date time, which is going to be datetime.now. And now, luckily, I saved the rest. Because now I can just drag that in from my other file. which is it takes the difference between these two, which we will call redemption, or sorry, it's going to be current date time minus redemption date time. Redemption with a small r. Thank you. And then it sets that as a time string, and that computes the time span difference, and then it outputs. For now, that is everything this needs to do. Save and compile. And now... No, that's not everything this needs to do. Remember, this needs to be output somewhere. The CPA sends message is not what we're actually wanting to do. We want to output the difference time string into a file. And to do that, we just go file write all lines string boop difference time array equals difference. Actually, I need to do that as an array. Difference time string. And then we write all lines for the difference time array. Cannot implicitly convert string to string array. I'm not trying to, right? So how could I... because that's a string, right? We need that as a string. No overload for method. Write all lines takes... Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Trying... Oh, but it couldn't define that array, couldn't it? It couldn't define that array. Okay, fine. Fine. So that's going to be string something array. How do I convert this? Can't I just write the string? Why does that not work? It gets one argument. There are not two arguments here for write all lines. Why is it thinking... Write all lines C#. Hello. What's going on? Write all lines string. Creates a new Oh! Maybe I should also tell it where to write, shouldn't I? Maybe I should also tell it where to write. TTS wait time. Which we are also going to have to read in. But we're only going to need this. We're not going to actually read in any of the data. Just need it to have a file path. File path wait time. Drop that there. Drop that there. This is going to be TTS wait time. Did I capitalize the T in time? I did not. File top, wait time. File bottom, wait time. Compile. And then this goes to file path wait time. Please. And now you need something that is not... That is... Okay. Can Can I do this? Can I just set you to number 0 there? Probably not. Yeah, no. No, I cannot. Okay. So I'm going to have to actually define a string array with difference time array, which is just going to contain the difference time string, but I need to define... This is stupid that I need to find this. How to define an array in C# explicitly. I always do this implicitly. I always just read from something and then drop it in there. Okay. So I was just using the wrong difference. The wrong parentheses. There we go. This should work. It's a nice thing if you sometimes... So sometimes I work with C#. Other times I work with Python. It's sometimes does my head in. Okay, that is now good. Save. Save and compile. What we want to do next is set the wait time dynamic to read from that wait time file. Currently empty. Once I press the test trigger button, that is way too long. I mean, it did it. That's good news. But that is too long because I didn't truncate it. And I am going to change this back to 2 and give that another test. Go to 3. Ah, let's go. Okay, so we got it. It now takes as input something, right? It outputs the wait time correctly to the second into whatever, how we've set this up, right? Here. And into some files. But that doesn't matter. We got it so far. This is a lot more work than I thought it was going to be. I'm going to be honest with you. This is a lot more involved than I thought it would be. I'm going to tell you. I thought, oh yeah, C#, half an hour, not a problem. It will be done. It isn't. So I'm going to take a quick break. Going to go to the loo. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Don't go anywhere. And there we go. There we go. We are back. We are back. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Let's make sure the music is playing. There we go. Okay. So, we now get the queue, we get the wait time, we get all the things that we need. Let's make sure it still plays the sound. That's also important. Still have it in the queue here. Everything's been turned back on in Streamer.Bot, I think. Yes, that's all back on. So...
Content Delta gave 42 bits and says this is a Twitch cheer trigger test.
Okay, that was not the right file. But it did grab the right... Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. I do see that the wait time is being a little weird when it comes to how it is looking. So I'm just going to edit the transform and set that to center. See if that works better. Yeah, that looks better. Is it smaller? Wait, one sec. Just making sure that this looks right as well. That seems slightly smaller than that, so I'm just gonna up the size a teeny tiny bit. There. Yeah, that should do. It's fine. It's fine. So we are nearly there. Nearly. There's one more thing we have to do. And that is that we are going to have to send this to Discord. We are going to have to send this to a channel in the Discord. That's the last bit. The thing that we haven't done yet. Right? Okay. So, how are we going to do this? Well, I'm going to make a new channel in the Discord. By the way, if you're not in the Discord yet, I wish I had a link. On Twitch, it should be in my description. Else, check the About page. Or in the description box below on YouTube, I think. So, I'm going to just... I have so many DMs I need to get to at some point. TTS.Bot. There's now a channel in the Discord called TTS.Bot. To do this, we are going to... Thank you, Frosty. We are going to have to make a Discord webhook. Thank you, Frosty. Frosty's a good mod. Frosty knows. Frosty knows. And we're going to just drop in a basic webhook. So, I'm going to have to get into Discord somehow, right? And show you guys. I can't do that on stream right away. I quickly have to make sure that no information is shown when I do try and create a webhook. I do believe it might show some things that are not great to show in a Discord. Let me get to the server. Server settings. Webhook. How was it that you make a Discord webhook? Good question. There. Create webhook. There is a new webhook. Okay, you guys can just see this. Great. Okay, there's no special information right here. Right? So what we do is we call this the TTS.Bot webhook. This is going to send into the TTS.Bot channel. Copy webhook URL. We are not going to show that. Showing that would be a problem. All we're going to do... I actually wonder if we can do this in C#. I actually wonder if we could do this in C#. Okay. So for that, we are going back. These are events. I don't see Discord here. Can I... Let's look for Discord. See if I can do this just... The basic webhook. Yes. Does work. Does work. Discord C# method. Actually, just C# methods. Streamer.Bot. I already closed that again. Oh yeah, there's no Discord here. Discord C# method. You might not be able to do it through Discord. No. Streamer.Bot. Might not be able to do that. What if we type it here? CPH. Discord. Discord post text. Yes, you can. You can. Absolutely. Good. Okay. Because the reason I wanted it to do it through here is because we can do this very, very easily. Sends a message to Discord with the user's TTS and a Twitch timestamp with Twitch VOD timestamp when it has been answered. So the first thing we're gonna have to do is the avatar URL we can draw in just a second. It's not too hard. Grab avatar URL. We'll do that here in just a second. First, we're going to make the content of the message. So we will call this string message Discord, and that is going to be, well, now we look back at the redemption data, which is going to be redemption data 0. So, in fact, I'm going to make this more legible for you guys. You don't actually have to do this. This is just so you guys know what we're dealing with. So, redemption data 0 was our username. The amount is redemption data 1. The message is redemption data 2. And the time it was redeemed is redemption data 3. We don't need that. We could, technically, we can just do that. So we do date time, and that is redemption data 3. Okay, and then the message we want to send to Discord is going to be user sent, or user gave amount watch it, need to add the spaces with the message message at or on the following on the date time, and that is then going to be date time. So that is the message it's going to send to Discord. We're going to grab the avatar URL in just a second. We're not going to do any text-to-speech. False. Do not want it to TTS on the Discord. We're TTSing on the stream. The webhook URL, I am not going to show you guys. Again, if I show that, you guys can access the webhook. It's not good. To be fair, I could just change the webhook after the stream. Might be the better option. Because the webhook can only send messages, right? So... the There are some compilation errors in row 30. Oh, yeah, row 33, apparently, here. Okay, let's grab the avatar URL. For which we are going to have to do something else. Gonna go save, okay, Twitch. Wait, can we also grab the YouTube URL? Is that a thing we can do with YouTube? Does YouTube allow this? Let me see. Events, Streamer.Bot. Does YouTube allow this? The URL, broadcast. That is the profile picture of the broadcaster. User profile URL. User profile picture URL. Okay. It does. It does allow this with YouTube as well. So we're going to get Twitch. But if this then doesn't come from Twitch, we can't get user info for target. Oh, is this going to be... Is this going to be a problem? Ah. Can we get let me see. Avatar is what they called on Twitch. No. Profile picture. No. Get. No, user info. I can only get... That's not helpful! I can only get its subscription status. For the user info, you cannot get avatars through C# methods. Okay, so then we are just gonna ignore that part. We're just gonna ignore that part, I think. Seems like the better option. Okay, Discord, C# method, Streamer.Bot. General? Discord? I need to find the exact input. Oh, wait, there. Thank you. There is actually a disc. I didn't see that one earlier. String, webhook URL, string content, string username. That's just gonna be user. I can now also do avatar URL, but that doesn't say anything. It actually doesn't have that on the documentation. I'm just gonna leave that empty in the hope that that does null. String, webhook, URL equals... I will change this afterwards. I really need to remember to change this afterwards. I will just remove the current webhook and add a new one. That's all string. Boom. Invalid expression still for the grab avatar URL. We're not going to do that because that is going to cause issues. 50 has an argument missing. Yes, content. Content is not content. This is supposed to be message Discord. Still says there's an argument missing. Why does it say there's an argument missing? Yes, Frosty? No, I'm good. Get something that, you know, get something to share. Why does it say there's an argument missing? Is that the avatar URL? Can I just do null? Cannot implicitly convert character to string. 41, 42, 43, 44. Why? Redemption data is... Oh, because that is a redemption data array. Use the right file math, or use the right variable math. Clearly, I am... Yeah, there we go. Boom. Okay. So now... there's still something missing. There is still something missing. And that is the timestamp now in the Twitch. Like, I want to see if we can get a link to the VOD with the exact timestamp of now. I can, you guys can see this as well, right? Yeah. Stream information. I can get the stream. I can make a stream marker. I can create a stream clip. But the problem is that if I make a clip, that could work. It might just not contain the full information, right? Get clips, bits, predictions, channel rewards, shoutouts, channel tags. VOD link. I mean, we can create a stream marker. But that doesn't help you guys. Because stream marker doesn't actually do anything. Can you generate... Ooh. Can you generate... How does a Twitch VOD link look? I think that's the question. So, what we'll do... we'll grab our current VOD, the one that we are on right now. Is this saved anywhere? You guys will be able to see me. Hello, it's me. Go into here, go into videos. Looks like I don't have any videos yet. Wait, what? Okay, that's not helpful. Let's go to my gaming channel and just grab a random VOD. Yes, yes, yes. Put it over there. Pause. There. Okay. So you get a video link with an ID, and if I share this, and I say I want to skip to this exact time, how does this look? Oh! Oh, that is simple. Yeah, that's no problem. That should not be a problem. Hello. It's on Twitch videos, though. I'll move this to the other side very quickly, to the other screen. So what we will need is... I'm assuming that is the ID of the stream. Stream information. Channel title, channel game by ID. No, that doesn't help us either. That doesn't help us either. What about the usual, like user, username, event source, broadcaster user ID? That's not gonna help me. Stream on when you start streaming. What do you get? Nope. Like video ID, VOD ID. VOD ID? Does that happen when you create stream marker? What do you get then? No, you just get a marker. So that's not very helpful. So the only way we can do this effectively with C# is by creating a clip. Twitch, C# methods, Streamer.Bot. Honestly, Google is your friend. Do never feel afraid of using Google, because it makes life so much easier. There we go. Get all clips, get clips for game, create clip. Create clip contains the following. Okay, look at that. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll have to create a clip. We'll do that with clip data, CPH, clip. Can I get some predictions, please? CPH, create clip. Clip data, answer clip is CPH create clip. Or do I just clip data contains the following values. Let me see if this wants to I'm gonna assume it won't. The type or namespace space clip data could not be found. Clip data? But I wanted to create a clip. And that also gives a created at. And a URL. Can I just tell it to create a clip? Will that work? Yes. Okay, but where is the data for this clip gonna go? What does this clip actually do? Can I extract the data from this clip? Like, can I make a string called clip data that takes the data from this? No, it cannot. It just says clip data. But how do I grab the data for this? This creates a clip. All clip data sorted by view count is a limitation of Twitch API. To get more recent clips, one would have to get all the clips for the user. The hard limit is 1,000 clips that can be returned. That's not great. Okay, but I'm creating a clip here and it doesn't have a name. But I do have the clip data. I'm going to assume this clip data exists after I do this. So it has a URL. Which means that if I add that to the Discord message, just URL, The name URL doesn't exist in current... Mm-hmm. This is really odd. Because it tells me it contains data. But if I call this clip data, for example... It says there's an expected syntax error, but there isn't compared to this. Except I'm calling it in the CPH. Create clip. Not clipping mask in Photoshop. Streamer.Bot. Okay. That is just... But it does make the create clip URL. I mean... Then I feel like we're being a bit silly. We just save this. We tell it to create a clip through here. Which is somewhere in the Twitch thing. Channel. Create clip. We'll do that here before it executes the code. And then in here, all we need to do is load in. Load in. Instead of creating a clip, we just grab the clip URL, which is create clip URL. It creates that. Or it should create that from the create clip thing. Except that we'll want to grab this before the message we send out. Right? And then we add that clip URL at the end of the Discord message. Save and compile. Okay. This is it. This is it. Now we test. So far, so good. First off, let me minimize this. Here we have Streamer.Bot. Here we have Speaker.Bot. And let me also open the Discord so you guys can see. Do not get shocked. I have quite a few messages I need to answer. Here we have the TTS bot. I'm going to make that even smaller. Hello. Please. Mouse. Please. Mouse. Mouse, please. Thank you. Okay. So, we should now be able to see this come in. We can see if the queue number goes up. We can see if the wait time goes up. Everything. Here goes. Twitch chat. Test. We got the TTS ready. We got the TTS ready. The number of total went up. The wait time stayed the same because we haven't listened to it yet. Then we're going in here. I'm gonna press control numpad 1. Okay, that's perfect. The battery of my headset just died. I'm gonna press control numpad 1 in just a second. After I switch those out, because else I can't hear the TTS message, which makes checking it rather hard. And when we check the TTS message, it should automatically make a clip on Twitch and send that clip straight into the Discord. Here goes.
Newcomer gave 42 bits and says this is a Twitch cheer trigger test.
Okay. No. No, it did not. In fact, you guys look, the wait time did not update. So, where did that go wrong? Wait time is still set at 31 minutes. Total is still set at 4. Log, there's a line too many. So that was a bit weird. It should not be a line too many. Is that why it went wrong? Did it try and read the wrong line? That's possible. Let's try that one more time now that I fixed that line. Test. Okay, that is on the correct line.
Content Delta gave 42 bits and says this is a Twitch cheer trigger test.
It did this. It did this. Did it create the clip? Only I can check that. Only I can check if it actually made the clip. Content, clips. Yeah. It did make the clip. It did make the clip. So the problem is in the code. No, look! It's there! It dropped it to the Discord! The wait time's updated! Oh, that is nice! Okay, I think I wanna do the clip first. Because that apparently took some time. Yeah! Let's go! Okay, next one. That is the... So now we test YouTube. Makes the trigger. Here's the thing. Here's the thing.
Eddie Worldwide super chatted $42 and says test super chat.
Yeah. Yeah. And there is Eddie Worldwide's message. There is Eddie Worldwide's message. Stream Elements tip.
Test user just tipped $42 and says this is a Stream Elements tip trigger test.
Is it? Oh, but now we hear it way before that number updates. There's the test user. There's the update. No, we're gonna have to put that after the number. Unless it creates it, the first thing it does is create the clip. Because then the whole question is also in the clip. And how does the clip look? Is it just 30 seconds back? Here's the thing.
Eddie Worldwide super chatted $42 and says test super chat.
It's message. Here's the thing. Okay, so really we don't want to create the clip until the last moment. Because the clip is actually not giving us what we want. Like, the answer will not be in the clip. The answer can very easily be longer than a minute or longer than 2 minutes even. But I would like the question to be in the clip, if at all possible. And that's why I really wanted it to be just a VOD link. Because then now people have to click into the clip, right? They click into the clip, that opens. And then they have to go, oh, I would like to see this in the VOD. Where can I do that? You should be able to also, like, go into the VOD to check it, which is a bit weird. I don't know if this is what we want. It makes the clip, but can we make it be a VOD link? I think we said we couldn't. But now I kind of want to have a look at it. I kind of want to have a look if we can. But I also want to show something else. I'm going to show something else. Something which I really, really like. The VOD clip, I will figure out. I might post that on Discord if I do figure it out. But you can do something way more fun with this. So, what I've done, and I prepared this beforehand a little bit. Just a little bit. What I've done is I downloaded something called VideoTube. Now, if you guys don't know what VideoTube is, it is a way where you can have a VTuber. It is the easiest way to make a VTuber. And the thing is that with VideoTube, you can do way more fun stuff. So, we look here, we go to, oh, let me go to the other side again. I'm just going to show you guys where you can get VideoTube. Because I think it's quite a fun thing to add if you like this sort of thing. So we can go to VideoTube. Go to VideoTube. We just get VideoTube Mini. Just get the free one. That's all you need. Download it, install it, and what you get out of that is this. Except I have added Dan Clancy. Because I thought that would be funny. Not only did I add Dan Clancy, we can now go into our TTS bot scene and we can add a window capture for VideoTube. Pick VideoTube Mini. Oh, that has to be open. If it's not open, that might bug out a little bit. Say okay. That's not correct. Hello? Does this need to be... There was something with it. Is this a game capture that it needs to be? It might need to be a game capture. Hello? There we go. There's VideoTube. Here we have our Dan Clancy. We're going to go into the filters. We're going to go in. We're going to color key. We're going to just take the green out. As you guys can see, the green is not completely out. I'm going to custom color. I'm going to select the color. Actually, I'm just going to up the similarity. And smoothness. I'm surprised that it isn't completely smooth, to be honest. It was last I checked it. But hey, doesn't matter. We have Mr. Dan Clancy here. Most of the green has disappeared. Perhaps if we try a chroma key instead. There we go. That's much better. Chroma key. Boom. Here we have Dan Clancy. And now we're going to flip him. We're going to flip him, right? Just look. Put this here. So that, Yeah, that every time somebody speaks, everybody that does redeem a redemption here for TTS can actually have Dan Clancy speak for them.
Frosty Pie gave 42 bits and says this is a Twitch cheer trigger test.
Okay, the microphone sensitivity has to come down a little bit, because that was a little weird. But like this, you can also make a little avatar that speaks for you. And oh god, no, stop. VetoTube is a great way to do that, because one, it's free. Two, you can put any avatar on there that you want. And it speaks exactly when you want to. It speaks exactly when you want it to. That is, if you do this correctly. And you can make it say pretty much anything.
Mark Zink gave 42 bits and says this is a Twitch cheer trigger test.
Okay, it seems Speaker.Bot and the microphone? Oh, that's because this is another OBS, isn't it? They're a little out of sync on this one, but you can easily sync that up. You can very easily sync that up. You can also then, for example, make him say stuff that is quite funny. By typing something in chat with a chat command. Hopefully, I need to unpause it, don't I? I need to unpause it, because else that is not going to work. How do I unpause? As you guys can see, this was not made to do it with chat commands, but you can do it with chat commands as well. Put this in the TTS. Just a test. There. And then we go Speaker.Bot, set enable state, or set paused state, to unpaused, to enabled. And then we're just going to test trigger this.
I am Clandancy, the CEO of Twitch, and Content Delta is kinda awesome.
I mean, those are good words from Mr. Clandancy. Those are really good words from Mr. Clandancy, to be honest. But yeah, so that's the way you can, you know, amp it up a little bit, have a little bit more fun with it. I did really enjoy doing this. This was really interesting, because it just gives you such an interesting way to set everything up and have a decent way of doing things like TTS. There's only one thing we have left to do, and that is that, you know, at the end of stream, we want everything to reset. Now, that is very, very easy, because what we do, we just add one called TTS reset, end of stream, or beginning of stream, maybe even. Reset TTS. We'll just do reset TTS. And all that does is it will clear all pending. I think at the end of stream is actually the better place to do this, for one very simple reason. But I'll come to that reason in a little bit. And then we want to say, okay, file IO, write to file, TTS current, that becomes 0. Duplicate, TTS log, that one becomes empty. Can we not empty that completely? Okay, TTS total also becomes 0. The wait time also becomes 0. And then we're going to write one last little bit of C# code. And really, this is just to reset everything. Right? This is just to clear the log file. Which means, first thing we are going to do is read in the log file. Which is this one. I'm gonna read in the log file. And once we have read in the log file, we are just gonna say, you know what? We want it to be empty. We just want it to be empty. We don't even need to read in the lines. All we want to do is empty. Actually, I do want to read in the lines because we can do stuff with that as well. Empty the log file, and that is just file right. So we're gonna define new string, which we will call empty string, which is just going to be an empty string. Or array of strings, and we are going to call, and then we're going to go file right all lines to file path Discord. And what do we want to write in there? The empty string. And we're done. That should come. Find references. Of course, we do have to also using system.io. It's the only thing I think we're going to need for this one. Read lines from path does not exist. Oh, right. Should probably also copy that from the other ones. Read lines from path. Add that. Type or namespace definition. What? Oh, did I copy one too many? There we go. Compiled successfully. And now we can say that Twitch, because you can either base this on YouTube, broadcast ended, or you can go Twitch stream ended, whichever you prefer. I stream on both at the same time, but Twitch always disconnects later. So what we do then is stream offline. And once the stream goes offline, it will set the current TTS to 0, the total TTS, the totals to 0, the wait time to 0, and it will also end or exit or set everything in the log file to empty. That way we are ready for the next stream. Now, there are a few things you can add to that. For example, you can collate how much money you didn't answer TTS for. I know this is something that Pirate Software does, which is a little harder, but should not be problematic. It just depends on the size of your log file and how everything looks. Because, of course, that is, like, for example, if you donate in euros, that is different from if you donate in dollars. That is different from if you donate bits. And that's sort of the thing you're going to have to work through at this point. But for that is going to require a little bit of extra work. 1 second. Okay, So let's see if we can do that. Just confirming that Frosty wasn't going live. So let's see if we can do that. So the first thing, we now have all the lines. And we want to go through all the lines. And we want to separate bits from dollars. Can we even do that? Like we want to separate bits from currency. And that may become a little bit of an issue due to how we've set this up. So I think for that, we are actually going to have to go back in here. And specifically, we're going to have to read some more data in. The data we are going to read in... Can we even do this? Can we even do this? Let me think for a moment. I think we can. I think we can. But we are going to have to check the Streamer.Bot events again. Because what we are going to have to do is we are going to have to read in a little bit of extra info. It's not much. But it could be fun if this works. So what we do here is we are going to add a currency information. And for Twitch, the currency information is just going to be bits. For YouTube, let's have a look, because YouTube can do this. See, if you go to the super chat, then YouTube has your currency code. So here we are going to say, we also want to read in not just the amount, but specifically the currency code. Which is going to be an ISO standard, so we can use that very easily. And then for stream elements, it also has the tip currency, which we already are reading in. Okay. That's not a problem. Currency does not exist. Yes, it does. It does exist. We just have to string currency equals default. And currency code is just going to be currency. And tip currency down here is also just going to be currency. Because we need that currency. We need to have currency as something that we save. And specifically, where are we going to save that? In the redemption data. We're just going to append currency. That should be no problem. We just get another piece of information. Test, test, test. And if we open
Ash
the log...
Kapow gave 42 bits and says this is a Twitch cheer trigger test.
I forgot to pause that again.
Frosty Pie super chatted $42
Let's
and
go
says test
through
super
those.
chat.
But importantly, in the log, it now has a last piece of code, which is either bits, USD, Euro, CAD, doesn't matter. It's there. It exists. And that info we can now use later on in the execute code here, where we are already reading in those lines. Specifically, what we are going to do with that is we are going to create a string. Actually, we're gonna create a. We're gonna do it. We're gonna create a list. We're gonna create a list because I need something that is, actually a collection, and I can append to freely. It doesn't need to be a specific length. That is why we're gonna create a list. So, what we want to do is we want to create a list of all unanswered, specifically all, unanswered TTS messages. And per currency. Okay? So, 4, and then we're going to have to read in another file, 2 more files. We're going to have to read in total and current TTS numbers. Going to change these. File bottom total. And just get that in on that one and that one. Just on all of them, really. And it just needs to read it in. And this is going to be current. And then we'll change the files as well. Frosty, when you have a moment, could I have some more water, please? Current. Thank you. And here we'd still need to change that to total. Let's not forget that, because else things are going to go wrong. So here we have total. Here we have current. And the reason we want these is very simple. String current TTS is going to be lines current 0. And here we want the same thing, but for total TTS. Because we need to identify which ones we have actually talked about and which ones we have not answered, right? That's what this does. And there's a syntax error somewhere. Where did I introduce the syntax? Oh, in the for. I've already done a for loop here because that's what we're going to create. We are going to create a list. Yes. No calf, please. Which is going to be a string. No. Yes. It's going to be a string, but we're going to do some maths in it. So we're going to make a list. We're just going to say new or default. Which is going to be an empty string, right? And we are also... So this is going to be list string amount. Yeah, no, I can't call it yeah, I can call it amount. And we could call this list string, I'll call it amount list and currency list default. Now what we are going to do is for, and that is going to be I equals current TTS, which is a string at this point. So this is going to be int parse current TTS, which is going to be a line. And then we're going to say I less than int parse lines total, or total TTS, sorry, I++. So it starts with I equal to current TTS. If there are 0 TTSs, then it starts at 0, or 0 we have done, which is what we want. the total number of TTSs. If that is 0, it will immediately stop. I'm actually going to set this to less or equal to. And it will go all the way until the number of total TTSs. But don't forget that is a line more. So this is not going to correspond to the line specifically, but that's okay. What we are going to do is... it's going to do a check. It's going to check if... The first thing it's going to check is if it can detect the currency among the currency list that we already have. In J, J less than or equal to, be less than? Yes, less than currency list length. J++. What does this do? Well, first, what we're going to check is if the I goes through the different lines. The I will go through the different lines. Wait, list string does not have a definition of... Wait. List length C#. Does that not exist? Count. I need to use count. Because a list is unordered. That does work. Okay. So now we are gonna say, okay... if it is the case that the currency code, so that is lines Discord I4 is equal to currency list J then it needs to take whatever is in amount list J right? We take whatever is in amount list J. Hey Inspira, it's good to see that you're still here. I love it. I love it. And we need to add whatever is in lines Discord to that. The amount. We need to add the amount. So, problem is, if we look in the log, the amount always says something extra. So we need to strip away anything that's not an integer. Which means we need to start working with regex, which is a hell. I refuse. So let's add our friend. Let's ask our friend ChatGPT in regex how to what is the regex expression to remove any non-numeral not non-numeral. Yeah, non-numeral from a string, except for, and now I quickly have to look because we have 42. I'm gonna assume they all use, except for the period symbol, because we want to keep that. Use the following regular expression to remove any non-numeral characters from a string except for the period symbol. Okay. Okay. How would I use this regex in C# to extract only the extract values from a string? But I don't have. Okay, I'll need to add the regular expressions, but it's system, so that should be fine. That should be fine. I think. Oh, right. I do see some issues here. Okay, first off, we need to change the line's Discord definition. Because this now needs to become an array. And that is lines Discord I split. And again, we split by comma. And then we ask for array entry 4. That should work. And then amount list J. So then we'll do string. Amount stripped has to then be lines Discord array 2, because that was where we kept the, no, 1 is where we kept the amount. And then regex match input, and then the pattern, which we already received here. Might as well use this, right? That is awesome. That is awesome, Inspira. Identifier expected 4069. Nice. Invalid expression, but wait, what? It is just a pattern. Okay. Let's quickly remove that. We can deal with that in a second. Identifier expected. And then invalid expression term here. I don't think that's an invalid expression term. Okay, why is this not... because it expects a string. Well done, math. It expects a string. Okay, so I will need to define a regex match here. And just take this part. And put that there. And that is now the string that goes in here. Regex match. But we have to worry about this not being a string. Hopefully that'll work. Does it do that? Oh, it does make it explicit. That's important. But the at cannot implicit, but that's in line 41. Sorry, what? Cannot implicitly convert type to string, but that's exactly what's here. Input pattern. Input pattern. Pattern is a string. Input is a string. Can you explicitly convert? Okay then. We just needed to explicitly convert. There we go. Well, that makes life easy. So what this should do is remove anything that's not a number from that string, and it becomes the amount. And what we then do is amount list j equals amount list j plus amount stripped. Right? So what that does is it will, first off, it grabs the currency. If the currency in this array, if the currency matches a currency we already have, right? Then it does this. It adds it. Brilliant. That's what we wanted to do. If there is no match, so if after doing the whole J list, which by the way, this definitely needs to be defined beforehand, as can this thing. Kind of feel like that can be defined first, so it doesn't get redefined every round. So it makes it an array, checks if the currency matches. If there is a currency match, it stops. For which I am going to add a match flag. If it finds a match, it will also raise the match flag. To be fair, this can be just be an int. This does not need to be a string. And what the match flag does, it just says, oh, if there is a match, pull up the match flag. I've now found a match. Okay. And that's it. That is what it does. After it's done that, and it has checked everything, let's say that there is no match. Yeah, this is it. Let's say there is no match. That can happen. We can have it that there is no match. Okay. Well, what do we do? If match flag equals 0, so we've not found any matches for the currency, we add the currency. So we say currency list append. Hope append should be something, right? For list append C#. I think that is just list append. Or add something to list C#. Oh, it's just add. Currency list add. And what do we then want to add? Lines Discord array 4. Amount list add lines Discord array. Oh, we'll want to have another. We have to strip the amount again, don't we? String. That's just a regular. I'm just gonna take this. Should be the same because now it checks if there is anything, and if there is not, we add. What do we add? Amount stripped. And those should always be of equal length, so that should work. Hopefully. I did see something that might needs a little bit of fixing. Line 49. Oh yeah. We do need to make that a Boolean check. Because currently we are adding... Here we are adding two strings together, right? Int parse... And that can go wrong. Int parse amount stripped. Int parse amount in the list. And this then, this whole thing to string. Because it needs to come out as a string. So now, it goes through all of them. Right? And it will make this whole list. It will make two lists. One which is currencies, and the other one which is amounts. And it will go through all of the TTS that we haven't done yet. And then at the end, what we want to do is we want to output this. We want to say, hey, really, this is what we've not been answering, right? This is what we've not been answering. Okay. So, what do we do here? We want to make an array. So we're going to make an array of strings, which we will call unanswered TTS. And then we need to define this as... We need to define this as an array. The length of the list. But again, that means explicitly defining an array, which again, I don't do that often. Can you define the, like, just a new empty array? You know what? Let's ask ChatGPT. That is what ChatGPT is really good for, to be honest. Define a new empty array of specific length n in C#. The new keyword. Okay, so new string. I don't know if this is it. Okay, new string, and then we want currency or amount list. Let's use the amount list for this. Amount list count. We want an array as long as the amount list, and then gonna do another for loop here. For int I equals 0 to I need to go through this again quickly in a bit, because I need to make sure that my counts are all correct. Because this J should not start from 1, it should start from 0, because the first entry in a list is indexed by 0. So then we go amount list, I less than amount list count, I plus plus. And what does it do in that time? Well, very simple. It sets unanswered TTS I, because that should be the same length, to currency list I plus space plus amount list I. After this, we should have an array, or sorry, yes, an array of strings with each currency. And then the last thing we have to do is create something to send to Discord. Again, we're going to use a Discord message for this, because we've already started that. Because why not? And the Discord message is going to be a little weird. Barry has received, but has not been able to answer. And we're going to go total. Why does my headset keep turning off with this music? It's loud enough. It should register as sound. Hello? So this is total. We have total TTS minus Total TTS minus current TTS. TTS messages. And then we let's say worth blah. And what is it worth? Well, it is worth unanswered TTS join. That converts that array back to a string separated by commas. This will be a string. Operator cannot minus... Wait. Oh, those are strings. Okay, we'll have to int parse them. Why didn't I just get those in as int parsed? That seems silly. Because the only way I use these is as int parsed. Fair enough. We'll do it like that. String does not know the definition of join. Yes, it does. Array join C#. Join method. It's a string method. String join. That's right. It's a bit silly. This is why I always get confused, because in split, you use the name of the string, but in join, you use string join, and then the thing you want to join them by, which is going to be, actually, that's going to be a string, followed by the actual array. And then we're going to go in the other one, just quickly, because it's easier. Copy the webhook URL and send that over. So now, at the end of... okay, message Discord, fine. Add it the other way around. So at the end of a stream, it will automatically post how much value you didn't answer TTSs for, which means that, and this is very much, this is what, if you don't want this, you can disable it, but if you do want this, then this is what Pirate Software does, and he donates that all to charity, which I think is a really cool thing. As he says, I've not worked for it. I can't take that money. I must donate it. Which I find a really cool way of thinking about it. And now we can test this. So we're gonna just do a few donations. Hopefully this is going to, like, we now have a whole queue of TTS, which we haven't gotten to, right? And then if we test this, it should set this to 0. Oh, but it should do this first. It should do this first. Because if it does this last, it goes, everything's 0. It's fine. We test. And we check the TTS bot. It did nothing. The TTS bot did nothing. It did nothing in Discord. Oh. So somewhere this went wrong. The question is where? Assuming that it read everything fine, we are going to actually have to sort of debug this at that point. But that is something that I will do off stream. For now, I just want to thank you all very much for being here. You guys have been absolutely wonderful. Thank you for all the kind words and everything that for being here. The VOD will stay up. And as a little surprise, I will make the import code and everything else available on the Content Delta website. So stay tuned for that. I'm going to make sure everything works. I'm going to make sure everything's there. You can just import it. You guys don't have to do any of the work for it. And I will see you next time. Thank you all so much for being here. You guys have been amazing. If you are on Twitch, don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. Because we'll see if we can raid out. I don't know if I can. No, I can't. I'm not affiliated. Doesn't work. So I'll see you guys tonight on the Mathman EU channel for a little bit more Phasmophobia. Until then,